It's a cold.
Rainy.
Cold, I bet,
Yeah.
right?
It rained.
Went home and laid in the shower. I wish I had a hot tub for yesterday.
Did you win?
Probably.
We did
Did-
really well, but bragging rights, there was no. Like we had won anything. It was just.
Please.
You're good.
All right, welcome everybody. It is 4:03, Tuesday, October 14th at 2025. I'm calling regular meeting number 2025-29 to order. With that, Julie, will you call roll?
Gail Gary,
Here.
Joella West.
Here.
Michael Bacino,
Here.
Amy Dixon,
Here.
Dakota McGinley,
Here.
Steve Montine.
Yeah.
And Brian Swintek has not arrived yet.
Okay, he's, all right, let's go ahead and stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Okay, our first order of business is to go into an executive session. We are calling an actually, we'll contemplate going into an executive session so that what we're going to talk about tonight is the acquisition of the Whistler Park land parcel. So I think, did you want to start out, Angela, with a presentation?
Yeah, good afternoon, City Council. Angela Cosby, your Parks and Recreation Director. Doing this a little bit different than in the past and happy to present some information to you in regular session. So I have a very brief verbal presentation to give you and then a staff recommendation, and happy to receive your direction either in general session or in executive session if you'd like. So first, I just wanted to say a big thank you to the school district. As you've realized in real estate transactions for parkland, unless the seller is motivated by conservation or community goals, the city can frequently be challenged. Due to necessary complexities of funding strategies, stakeholders, collaboration, and public transparency, our process does move slower. So big thank you to the Board of Education, Dr. Wicks, and Director Juneau for being good partners to the city, understanding our process, and being patient with us as well. We've been in conversations with the school district regarding the Whistler Park property and their desire to sell the property to help fund their teacher housing projects towards the Sleeping Giant area. Staff received communications from the school district this past summer, and we talked about the city's process as well as the school district's process if this would be able to move forward. The appraisal has been received of an updated one for $3.6 million. That's $3,901 and $34 per acre. Staff has put together a funding pro forma following our parkland acquisition plan. If you recall back to about a year and a half ago, city staff and the Parkland Acquisition Committee established a parkland acquisition plan with 6 different steps. We are on step 4, which is acquisition approval. In the 2026 budget that has come to you both for CIP and the budget retreat in your first reading tonight includes $500,000 for the Whistler Park acquisition. This is intended to be grant match as well as escrow. Looking at a financial pro forma for how to fund this $3.6 million property, we're looking at that $500,000. This acquisition does look a little bit different compared to the other acquisitions you've seen, where we're not looking to acquire the property for open space nor conservation easements. So our granting opportunities are about half the size as we typically see without those. So to replace that, we're looking for community or neighborhood donations of $1.8 million. Hopeful for a Land and Water Conservation Fund grant of $250,000, a Gates Family Foundation grant for $100,000, GoCo Land Acquisition grant for $550,000. And then we'll continue looking for additional grants or coming back to City Council in the 2027 budget process and looking for $400,000 of accommodations tax funds to equal that $3.6 million. Obviously, that's a tentative financial pro forma, but the one we're utilizing currently. I'm moving forward with staff's recommendation. Staff does recommend, following the success that we saw with, and that we are currently seeing in our Slate Creek acquisition, looking at similar contract terms is staff's recommendation. Looking to put $100,000 down in escrow in January 2026. Then agreeing to the purchase price of $3.6 million, which is appraised value. The school district has indicated they're not willing to sell for below that, and they've authorized in a resolution Dr. Wicks to sell it for that price. And the city cannot buy it for more than appraised value. So with both parties having that clear distinction, staff recommends that $3.6 million appraised value. And then closing in July 2027. That gives the city time to go after those grants as well as community and neighbors to be able to fundraise. And we're seeking direction from you to your city negotiators. Happy to answer any questions. Matt is also with me.
All right, thank you, Angela. Questions for Angela?
Super quick question, Angela or Matt. When we talk about the Whistler property, we have our playground, and then we utilize soccer fields kind of behind it. The property lines, we talk about how the property lines run, and if we don't acquire this piece of property, how that will impact, the fields and our usage.
Yeah, the property line, and sorry for the switch up. Normally you'd have a full-blown PowerPoint presentation and images of this. The property line runs at an angle and kind of cuts off right along the playground property line. We would need to get surveys to know how close the playground actually was. The playground is currently in the 6-year CIP and needs to be replaced. If the city was not successful with this parkland acquisition, we'd have those surveys completed before replacing that playground. It would very likely probably need to be moved a bit to the interior of the city side of the parkland. The more concerning part, that's the playground. When we look at fulfilling our community's needs, there's 2 playable ball fields at Whistler Park, neither of which would be playable by the property line that cuts essentially through the center of both. We would, even with relaying out, redeveloping the park, there wouldn't be enough acreage just with the city currently owned parkland to be able to provide a full-size ball field. And that would have big impacts to our community.
Perfect, thank you.
Yep.
So you said that the funding ability is cut in half due to not being able to go for conservation easement funding, and I forget what the other one was, but would it not be possible to turn part of that land into a conservation easement?
Conceptually, the city could, yes. That hasn't been the historical use of the park. And conservation easements do limit recreation. The Whistler Park's a programmed community park meant for active recreation, ball sports, playgrounds. The 2 wouldn't fit together so nicely. It would be utilized in a different way than it has historically.
And what was the other typical grant that you would go for open space or?
It's a different pooling of grant opportunities, whether it's the county purchase development rights. I can't imagine we'd be highly competitive there. So yeah, our funding options are less when we're not looking to acquire open space versus active parkland.
Do you think if like the land out at Slate Creek, for some reason we're unable to acquire, we could develop a sports barn at Whistler?
Probably not. The acreage wouldn't be there for their needs, plus parking, residential area and traffic flows, ingress, egress. It probably wouldn't be a success. Yeah.
Okay. And last question for you. Just thinking about all the value of this property, would the city be able to consider partnership with a housing authority or another community partner to develop affordable housing out there, or some other kind of multi-purpose uses that are beyond just recreation?
If city council wished to acquire the property for uses other than parkland, I would not apply this funding pro forma. You'd be looking at, these are more restricted to, besides your CIP dollars, would be the rest of the grants would be aligned with parkland. That's city council's choice at the purchase time.
Could they not, could those agreements not be for the part of the land that is currently recreation and then the part that's more open space be open to multi-use purposes?
I think that's a legal question, maybe.
Before we start going down that road, I'd like to understand what we're limiting ourselves to or what we're signing up for.
Can I restate your question to make sure we're answering the right one?
Yeah.
Okay. Concept of the city acquiring the land, not necessarily for parkland, but for other uses, or at least having the option to utilize it for a variety of things.
Yes, yeah, I think the latter part of that it, how can we get the best value out of this land to meet broader community needs, maybe beyond just recreation?
My view is that the current use of the land is not dedication of that property.
Your speaker.
Sorry. The current use of the land, the current use of the property does not amount to an implied dedication of that property to park purposes. So I think that it could be acquired by the city without any restriction as to its use. And that would, of course, depend on the source of funds that is used to acquire the property. So if you were to use accommodations tax funds, for example, then that would be a restriction on the uses to which the city could put the property. But if you use general funds, it would be unrestricted.
And sorry to get into the weeds a little bit here, but if we were to use like part of the funding accommodations tax or a grant that's dedicating it to recreation, could we separate that out a little bit to be like part of this is for that purpose and part of it is for this purpose and we're going to use general funds for half the land or something?
Sure, I think that you can do that. I think that there would need to be some kind of roughly proportional relationship between the amount of property dedicated to the various uses and the sources of the funds. But yes, I think so.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that?
Yep.
So Angela, in our Parkland Acquisition Committee meetings, I feel like I've heard you talk about South Steamboat and the lack of park space, open space, even though we live in this beautiful town and we have the mountains. South Steamboat is more of, I'm not going to say desert, but that's how I talk about healthcare deserts. But are we lacking open space and parks in South Steamboat?
Yes, we are. And I would actually specifically call out the Whistler neighborhood more than South Steamboat is what our plans have identified. For the most part, Steamboats, as far as national statistics are considered, the majority of Steamboat is actually overserved in Parkland, minus West Steamboat in the large development there. And then per capita, the Whistler neighborhood with the amount of acreage per resident. So it has been in our Parkland acquisition plans, largely those two areas for our more urban community parks and developing. And that was actually identified as a need while taking into account the lease we have with the school district. So if we do lose that 9.2 acres, the problem is magnified.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Okay, we will open it up to public comment, just to see if there is anybody online that would like to make a public comment on our discussion regarding the acquisition of Whistler Park. So if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Or if there's, I'm not seeing anybody in the audience, nor are we seeing anybody online. So let's go ahead and we can bring this back to council for discussion. As we say, we do have an executive session noticed on our agenda. So if council believes that we need to move into an executive session, we can have a conversation about that too. So that'll be the first question. Does anybody think we need to move into an executive session?
This is the first and only time you will probably ever hear me say this, but I don't think we need to move into executive session on this particular item.
Okay. All right.
And you know I love them.
Because you're an executive.
So let's go ahead and we can bring it back to council for either any Any discussion, or we can take a motion to direct staff to move forward with the acquisition of the Whistler Park land as described?
I would say, living in the neighborhood and representing District 3, that while we didn't have public comment, it was the timing of the meeting and folks didn't know, which is no one's fault. But we have heard plenty that this is really what the community is asking for. We've been talking for about a year now, probably longer maybe. So this is not new. This is something we have been working towards. We all care about affordable housing, and we also care about open space. And this is a great opportunity. The school district has identified another area for them to build affordable housing. I think we need to capitalize and move on purchasing this land only for the use of open space and parkland, based on what we're hearing from Angela.
Okay, and I can just underscore exactly that as we said, this is happening at 4. And we know that there are members of the community that would probably be here or could be here, or will certainly chimed in to date.
I mean, I'll support moving forward with it right now. I mean, I don't need to be in executive session for me. This is something that we've talked about. We've waited for the school board to come up with an idea what they're going to do with it. They finally said it. We have that right to buy it, and I don't see why we shouldn't buy it. It would be a very large detriment for that neighborhood to lose Whistler Park in its 9 acres. Even if we were going to build something back, years ago with some kind of housing project, there was still going to be a large part of that park that may remain. But no, I support right now moving forward with staff's recommendation and the funding we already have set forth in the 2026 budget.
Okay,
Let's give a little credit to the school district also for setting it up in a way that would allow us to actually purchase this land. They could very easily have directed Dr. Wicks to take the highest bidder, and they did not do that. The school district, for all the noise that has been created over months and months and months, really understands the value of this property as a city park. And they have essentially walked away from some amount of money, who knows how much, in order to make sure that if there's any chance that the city can buy it, it will happen. So I am 100% behind this and ready to say yes.
all right, Dakota,
Yeah,
Councilor McGinley.
I think we definitely should move forward with staff's recommendation. I would love to see the pro forma, so I don't know if Angela, you can send it out to us or something like that, but just my concern is, yes, Whistler is incredibly valuable to that neighborhood. I live over there as well, and I love Whistler. I see the impact that it has for so many people, and I also see that there's other needs in our community and that we might benefit from keeping some flexibility in what we're allowed to do with that land. So yeah, thank you for all the work that you're doing on this, and I look forward to seeing it progress.
And I would just say I like the fact that this is what I call a win-win-win. Win for the community, win for the school district, win for the city. Maybe it's a fourth win for community and Whistler.
And the wildlife over there. There's so many wins.
A lot of wins.
That's a lot of wins. All right. Okay. And again, I would just, underscore all of the comments that have been made. I think this is a great opportunity for the city to move forward on. So with that, would somebody like to make a motion?
I would like to make that motion I'm making a motion to direct staff to move forward with negotiations with the school district to purchase the Whistler Park land.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Councilor Dixon. We have a second by Councilor McGinley. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any opposition? Okay. That passes 6-0. Okay. With that, I will take a motion to adjourn our executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second.
I don't think we went into executive.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, we did not,
we
did
did.
we?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Uh-oh. So I guess we're adjourning from our 4 PM meeting. This for the, agenda one. And so we'll take a break and come back at 5 o'clock and start with we'll reconvene then as the Liquor License Authority. So thank you all. Thanks for keeping me straight. Okay.
Or
Minute.
All right, when did you get here?
Later. I was saying hi to you.
No, once here, it's all staff. Staff, that's it. Willingly. Oh, I love you. Oh, you're wonderful.
I'm just
Brock,
glad.
hey,
I'm glad Brock's is still in business because they go all the way back to when I was a kid, I think.
All right, it's okay, it's 5 o'clock. So we're going to go ahead and reconvene our regular meeting number 2025-29. It is Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. And as I said, it's 5:01 and we did convene earlier at 4 o'clock in order to talk about the acquisition of Whistler Park and then took a recess and are back to our regular meeting. So with that, our first agenda item on the regular meeting is to now adjourn and then reconvene as the liquor license authority. And so with that, I would take a motion to adjourn and reconvene as the liquor license authority.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor West. We have a second by Counselor Montine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. And we'll let the record show that Counselor Swintek has joined us. Okay. So with that, again, we will now move into our role as a liquor license authority, regular meeting number LLA 2025-04. And again, it's Tuesday, October 14, 2025, and it is 5:02. Julie, can we let the roll call stand with the addition of Counselor Swintek?
Yes.
Okay. With that, let's go ahead and move into our liquor license authority consent calendar. And we have 2 items and they'll stay on the consent calendar unless somebody wants to pull them for discussion. So we have our agenda item 1, B1, which is the liquor license authority to set a hearing date and designate a neighborhood for a new beer and wine liquor license for the Westerly, LLC DBA, the Westerly. Would anybody like to pull this for a discussion? All right. And anyone in the audience or online? Not seeing a request to pull this item. Our second item on the consent calendar is B2, a local liquor licensing authority to set a hearing date and designate a neighborhood for a new entertainment liquor license for Euphoria Day Spa, LLC DBA Euphoria Day Spa. Is there anybody that would like to pull this one? Okay, all right. Councilor McGinley would like to pull this one for a discussion. Okay, so with that, I'll go ahead and take a motion to approve our consent calendar for the Liquor License Authority, which includes the agenda item 1, which is to set a hearing date and designate a neighborhood for a new beer and wine liquor license for the Westerly.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor West. We have a second by Counselor Montine. Is there any discussion? With that, I'll call the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, let's go ahead and we'll move into having, you want a presentation or do you have questions, Dakota, on the hearing date and designating a neighborhood for the Euphoria Day Spa liquor license? Okay.
Sorry, my mic was off, but I don't need a presentation. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we'll go ahead and have the discussion.
All right. So I pulled this because I will be not supporting a new liquor license for the day spa. I believe that the downtown area has adequate liquor licenses currently. I think our community is suffering from a mental health crisis and largely in part substance use disorder. I don't think that we need to offer liquor licenses outside of restaurant spaces. That's the reason for denial.
Okay. Would anyone else like to make a comment or have a discussion on this?
Well, this is procedural. All we're doing here is setting the hearing date and designating the neighborhood. So I understand and appreciate the comment, but all we're going to do here is say, here's a hearing date.
We'll set the date and then have the conversation during the hearing.
Well, then I would request, and thank you for that clarification, I would request council to discuss this at some point. I think we've had discussions in the past about what deems adequate need for a liquor license. There used to be a lot more information, I think, in our liquor licenses of, petitions and how many people think that there's not an adequate amount of liquor licenses in this vicinity. And there just wasn't a lot of grounds to what those requirements were. And I think it would be something for council to revisit at some point. We're not alone in mountain communities that face mental health and substance use disorder struggles. So I'd be curious. I know there's a lot of council priorities, and this might not be one of them this year, but to see what other communities are doing to combat having liquor be widespread throughout their community. Does it need to be in every retail shop? I don't believe so.
Yeah, and I think we did have that discussion early, not too long ago, in terms of with one of the applications that came before us. So that might be something that we'd want to just note as a potential topic for the December or January retreat, in terms of bring that forth to council in terms of whether council would like to move forward in terms of having a broader discussion on that. All right. So with that, if there's no other discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve the hearing date and the neighborhood for the liquor license for the Euphoria Day Spa.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All right. So we've got a motion by Councilor West. We've got a second by Councilor Bacino. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay. All right. So that passes 6-1. The next item is our minutes from our regular meeting on March 4th, 2025. Did everybody get a chance to look at those minutes? Are there any corrections or edits? Okay. With that, I would entertain a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes from March 4th, 2025.
So moved.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Bacino.
Second.
I have a second by Councilor West. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, that passes 7-0. With that, I will now entertain a motion to adjourn from our role as the Liquor License Authority and move back into our regular meeting number 2025-30.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and I'm going to correct that. It's October 14th as opposed to October 2021. So just to keep the record straight. So we've got a motion by Councilor West, a second by Councilor Montine. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. All right. Well, again, we want to welcome everyone to our meeting and just remind anybody that if this is your first time in the chambers, there are agendas and materials we call rainbow items that are on the back shelf behind the chairs and inside the door, so you can follow along and be up to date on all of the information that we received post packet. These come in response to questions that counselors may have asked staff, or we also have public comment that comes in after the packet has been published. So that's the information that is included in the rainbow packet, and it's also available online. And we will just remind everybody that we take public comment at 2 different times during our meetings. We'll take public comment on items that are on the agenda at the time we're discussing the agenda item. If there's anyone in the audience or if there's anyone online that would like to make a public comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, we take public comment around 6 p.m. And we do just request that anybody making public comment limit their comments to 3 minutes, state their name and their address, and that way we can get through the agenda and make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to be heard. So with that, we will move into our city council reports. Who would like to go first?
I'll go. We're just going to give you an update of the Mountain Rail. We have a meeting on Thursday. with the Mountain Rail coming up. We're still waiting for the service development plan. We do know that the grant that we have and some of the design is working through the stations, but that's all kind of interconnected. So we'll get more information out to you as soon as I get it, we get it, or Tom or someone. And then RTA, it's been handed over to those that are doing, some of you that are doing campaign inform. We're probably hearing Luke Phillips and Sarah Jones and even Sonia are still participating and getting the word out from the RTA. And other than those two things, I think I'm good.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll go.
Oh, wait. We had, yesterday was a staff appreciation golf tournament at Haymaker. They closed it down and Steve and I actually played and we had a really fun time. It was frigid cold for Steamboat. But it was great to see our staff out there and it was one of those fun things that they do on that government holiday and a lot of people showed up to play golf and I got to tell you, it was a lot of fun to see the staff out there. So it's good that we can use one of our city amenities just for staff on one day a year.
Mhm.
So that's good. Your
Good.
Okay. Had a board retreat with the chamber. We focused on two things for the half day. I thought you might be interested in what they are. The first was what to do with the chamber property. It's about 3 acres. And it has a value of around $4 million or so. So we had a long discussion about the pros and cons of selling the building, leasing part back, some of it, tearing the building down, starting all over, lots of different things. But that was the one. And the second subject was around turning the chamber into more of a Yampa Valley chamber, not a Steamboat chamber, but really looking at it from a regional perspective. So both of those things are moving forward and will be focus areas for the chamber in 2026. I did want to mention one thing about the movement of the Santa House. Only that the executive director, Lisa Popovich, and the board chair, Todd Johnson, both would be very amenable and agreeable to having it moved to Civic Plaza here as its new permanent home. So if it works out in terms of exploring that option, they would be very supportive of that. And thirdly, I'll let Councilor McGinley talk about the Yampa Valley Housing Authority since we did have a meeting last week on that.
Okay.
Go next.
Okay. All right, Council.
And if I miss anything, feel free to join in on that topic. That was my only meeting last week, was that Yampa Valley Housing Authority Board meeting. They went over the draft budget. Just a reminder, the mill levy is expiring 2027. So they are going into 2026, kind of planning for that and coming back to the community for an extension of that mill levy in 2027. There was an executive session going over Jason Peasley's performance evaluation. And while I can't go into the details since it was an executive session, I will say it was a really great discussion and the board is doing the best to be proactive and look at also board performance as well. That's all I'll say there. But if you have any questions or want to talk more about that, let me know.
All right. Thank you, Councilor McGinley. Councilor West.
All right, let's skip around tonight. Not a whole lot other than candidate forums, and we won't talk about those other than that we have all been to 6 of them so far. There was a First Impressions monthly meeting that I went to. The APCC had a final-ish meeting on the subject of the community plan. Northwest Colorado Development Council had the regular monthly meeting, and I subbed for someone on the water team meeting where we reviewed the Mount Werner Water District Agreement. That's it.
Okay. Councilor Swintek.
Nothing to add.
Okay.
So we had a URAC meeting on last Thursday, and the focus of the meeting was around the direction we provided at our last meeting for URAC to look at other projects that can be accomplished outside of the redesign of GTC. So they worked on that, and that'll be coming back to SSRA. I think in November. I think we have a meeting in November. I'll have to look at the agenda. So it was a productive meeting.
Quick question on that. What's the status of the shuttle study? Consolidated shuttle study?
So there was a stakeholder meeting with the different condo associations that provide shuttle service. I think it's, I don't know, next week possibly. It's in October. It's in my calendar. And then Fair and Piers is, I'm looking at Tom, January that we're looking at information. I'm going to pass it to Tom.
That's correct timing. So it'll come back in January as sort of
Okay.
preliminary findings, and so it's proceeding.
Okay, okay, thank you. Just a couple of items that I have. The RCEDP, I attended their monthly meeting when Councilor Montine was out of the country. And so we had a great presentation from Meg Franges, the executive director of First Impressions. And she really kind of went through, you know, the work that they're doing and the kind of the new study that they have that really focuses in on childcare and early childhood development and how we, all of the obstacles and the barriers and, you know, the potential and the cost that it is of our families and, you know, and not unlike housing, they're spending more than should be on childcare. And we know absolutely that there is a shortage of childcare options in this community as well, and particularly in the 0 to 2. So it's a great presentation. And actually, if you want to see it, you can go to the Steamboat for All website. And she did the similar presentation before that group. So it's a lot of good information in terms of just getting a sense of where we are in this community in terms of childcare options and early childhood development. We also had our CAP Climate Action Plan monthly collaborative board meeting, and we heard an update from the consultants who are moving forward on looking at the decarbonization, the electrification dashboard, and then ultimately the workforce development plan. So, and then there's also recently a greenhouse gas emission study was done. And so you can find all of that information as well on the Climate Action Plan Collaborative website. And then next week, I think either Wednesday or Thursday night, the CAP is having its annual open house to, again, provide updates in terms of the status of the actions on the Climate Action Plan, as well as you know, highlighting things that have happened with each one of the sector groups, and then information as well on, I think we talked about before, that the $50,000 grant that was given to 4 different entities within Routt County to advance some of the various different actions. So mark your calendar. It would be a great opportunity to, if you want to catch up on what's happening. All right. Is there anything else?
I believe Councilor McKinley is not able to attend the shuttle stakeholder meeting. So I think one other council member could attend if you're interested. I will send it out to see if anyone wants to join me.
Okay, perfect. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and move into agenda review. So let's just look at our regular meeting for October 21st. And I think, you know, again, just to call out to everybody, we'll have the resolution adopting the city rate of the Steamboat Springs Community Plan. So I encourage everybody to listen in. I know we've all been following along on that, so that'll be a good discussion. I don't think there are any other changes to the 21st. And then we jump over to November 18th. And so the meeting will start that evening at 4:30. So there'll be a reception for the new and outgoing council members. And then we'll jump right into regular starting time of the meeting at 5 p.m. with the first order of business being outgoing council member comments, swearing in of new council members, and the selection of the president and the president pro tem. And then moving on to, we do have a meeting scheduled for November 25th. And in terms of just looking at agenda management, we needed to go ahead and move forward with that meeting so that things don't get too full in December. And it looks like we will potentially still have an executive session on, we might end up with an executive session on the CDOT property that is in conjunction with the CDOT County City Childcare Workforce Project. And then December 2nd, as I say, I think what you have in the packets reflects everything, no changes to date. Any questions? And then again, we've got our planning calendar. And on December 9th will be the Housing Opportunity Strategic Plan. And we do have there will be the November 18th joint meeting with the county. No, that got moved, right, to December 7th? Yeah, okay. So we'll make sure that gets corrected.
And during that meeting, you'll discuss the dispatch.
Yes. We're talking to Jay Harrington to see actually if we can bring that on a separate agenda, because it's a long enough discussion that it would consume the entire joint meeting. But we can talk about that. I think it's a long enough discussion that if there are other discussion items that you have that you want to talk to the county about, we won't get to them. So I had suggested that Jay and Dan Sternad actually come to City Council and present that as an agenda item and then have a conversation in that way. So we're looking at dates for that.
And then I guess would the other topics be, I mean, is the Child Care Workforce Center something that they're still
Yes, they're
is on?
still interested in participating in that project. Yeah.
Great.
Okay, any other comments or questions on the upcoming agendas? All right, we'll turn it over to you, Tom, for your city manager report.
Great. Thank you, President Gary. And just a reminder for the community that the city manager's report can be found on our website at steamboatsprings.net. Go to the government tab and scroll down, and tonight's report, as well as all previous reports, are on there. Council, I'm going to go through the report. There's 2 items that I'm going to ask for some feedback for, so I'll do that after the report and see if there's any questions. So starting off with the Deputy City Manager Department in communications, there's lots of information on all the communication outreach and social media by the Communications Department. They remain busy informing the public on all the things that we are doing. In facilities, I know that several of you attended the ribbon cutting event for the seasonal employee housing. Unfortunately, I was not able to make that. I was out of town, but sounds like that was a successful and well-attended event, and we are proud of that project. The project was delivered on time and under budget. It is fully leased, and drivers are moving in currently for the winter season. So glad to see that completed. Construction continues on the bear-proof dumpster enclosure behind 840 Yampa Street. The project is scheduled for completion by the end of this month with an operation model being developed in collaboration with the Community Recycling Coordinator, Alicia Archibald. So that's another project that's been on the list for a while. I'm glad to see that progressing. Lots of information on the EV charging and solar production in there. Programs and grants. There's information on all of the grants submitted, awarded, as well as the letters of support. So you can see a long list there. That group has been very busy, as well as the waste diversion and recycling that's being carried out. With special events in that programs and grants department, I just want to update, as we committed to having a VMT or vehicle miles traveled reduction program. A survey was sent out to the community partners to engage interest in participation in the Ride Shark Unified Mobility Platform. We have been in discussion with those partners, and there's a lot of interest to kind of expand this beyond just the city. So there's discussions about appropriate platform host, budget, and potential timeline. So that's an exciting project moving forward. The city did attend a pre-project walkthrough of the proposed Mad Rabbit Trail system on September 25th. The site was facilitated by the National Forest Foundation and the Forest Service to provide an overview of the project phases and highlight some critical areas of work And the MOU is currently working its way through the city procurement process. So that's proceeding. And then just a reminder that the city is accepting applications for the 25-26 City 101 program up until November 3rd. So employees from across the city organization, along with members of the community, will learn more about the city and its operations through field trips, forums, and interactive activities. The application for that can be found on the city's website. So this is just a reminder, this is a great program for particularly for community members to learn a lot about the city and how we function, and it gets rave reviews every year. So please take a look at the website for that application. In IT and GIS, we are pleased to announce the appointment of Chris Dover as the new IT manager. Chris brings more than 17 years of experience in IT and cybersecurity with a proven track record of leadership, innovation, and problem solving to the city's technology team. Chris served as the interim IT for the past 2 months and has been with the city since 2010 in a variety of IT roles, including most recently cybersecurity engineer and information system engineer. He will now lead the department, kind of responsible for ensuring secure and efficient and innovative technology service for all city operations. So congratulations, Chris. That's a great hire. We're excited to have him in that role. Moving on to human resources. There are lots of activities in HR, including numerous Workday training sessions for the various HR modules. They've been busy recruiting for open positions, including our winter seasonals, planning for our annual performance management process, and getting ready for our benefits enrollment. They held a retirement refresher or refresh session for employees with our partner teams from Hub Wealth Advisory and Mission Square to share some exciting changes in our lineup of funds for our retirement plans, continuing to highlight our Total Rewards program. And then the annual CIRSA workers, CIRSA is our insurance company, CIRSA workers' compensation and property casualty renewals, and they're still working through the renewal for the house and the hill ski area. So they remain busy both in human resources and in risk. In finance, the budget team worked hard to complete the budget finance or the budget packet for October 7th, while at the same time going live with Workday. So kudos to that team for both of those successful efforts. They continue to knock the ball out of the park in all of their efforts. So thank you for that team. Small but mighty team. With respect to the Workday, Workday is now live. As of September 21st, employees have been entering time, requesting time off, and reviewing their personal information. The project was delivered on time and under budget. So next steps are to launch the annual performance evaluation cycle and benefits and open enrollment, as well as loading third quarter financial history from the legacy system, completing the first month-end close, and finalizing integration testing. So implementation continues. And again, kudos to everybody that worked on that. It was a Herculean effort for sure. Fire department, just some notable events. Would like to welcome our newest member, Nate Birdseye. Nate is a local here in Steamboat. And has been part of the Steamboat Ski Patrol, and he started the Fire Academy on September 22nd. So welcome, Nate. And the fire department participated once again in our exchange with our sister city in Argentina, St. Martin de los Andes Fire Department. In 2023, the department sent 2 firefighters to Argentina to train with that department and learn all about their department and culture. And then this August, the department's fire chief and past fire chief traveled here for 2 weeks. They participated in trainings, ride-alongs with the department, as well as enjoyed many outdoor activities. So it's nice to see that Sister Cities program continue. And I know there's efforts in the community to kind of also renew our sister cities with SOSFE. So I'm glad to see that continue. Lots of information on their calls for service. And then moving on to the police. Again, there's updates on the recent recruitment process as they continue to grow their much needed personnel, as well as all of their community engagement efforts. So that is my report. I'm happy to answer any questions before going to the 2 that I'm looking for some feedback on.
All right. Are there any questions and maybe why people are thinking about them? I did go to the ribbon cutting. It is, congratulations to the team. It's a great facility and certainly big kudos for coming in on time and under budget. So thanks, John, to your and your team for delivering a great kind of housing project. And Tom, thank you for all your
This goes
work
to
on
the
that.
Facilities team. John is the beneficiary of it, but the facilities team really.
Okay, sorry, John.
Never mind.
So Eric, right?
Yeah.
Eric, yeah, again, so yeah, thank you to make sure that Eric
You bet.
understands how much we appreciate all he did.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions for Tom?
Will people be moving in there? And
They're moving in as we speak.
wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Good. Okay. Do you want to talk about Sarvis Creek first?
I do. And just, I forgot one item, just the Maxwell Squire building, which is the Lions Drug. I just wanted you to know that's, as we all know, that's been sitting idle for a while with the scaffolding up. But all permits have been issued and we are hopeful to get that project started this week or early next week. And the intent is to have that completed before the real winter conditions set in. So I'm glad to see that finally moving forward. So the two items, the Sarvis Creek Wilderness Letter of Support, Senator Hickenlooper's office has asked for your continued support for the Sarvis Creek Wilderness Completion Act, which is supposed to be scheduled soon with the Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. We did provide a letter of support in 2024. They are asking for an updated letter for 2025. A copy of that letter is in your packet as attachment 2. And if you're comfortable with the way that letter is written, we'll get it to President Gary for her signature. So I just need a thumbs up on that one.
All right. Everybody in agreement with sending the letter at Senator Hickenlooper's request?
Okay, thank you. We'll move that
Okay,
forward.
perfect.
And then the second item is the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch referral. So Routt County has referred a preliminary plan application to the city for the Stagecoach Mountain Ranch project. And they've asked for comments by October 22nd. Just as a note, the project area is located outside of the geographic scope for the city's land use authority and is located outside the Steamboat Springs Community Area Plan boundary. So it's really sort of beyond the scope of our purview and our review. But City Council, because they have asked for this referral, can choose to submit general comments or questions about the project as they pertain to kind of indirect or what we're calling more cumulative impacts from the project. So our intent, we're assuming the council is going to want to draft some comments. So our intent is to draft some comments on your behalf, get some feedback from you tonight on that. And then we would bring it back under a city manager report on October 21st. So next week, in time to get the comments to them on for 22nd. So Dan is happy to answer any questions in terms of what our authority is, which is really very limited other than just providing comments as to sort of what we feel the impacts are and what you would like the county to consider when they're reviewing that application.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Questions, comments? I think I'm absolutely looking, number one, in terms of making sure that we're all in agreement in terms of moving forward, making comments, but maybe, before we have that, what comments would we like and what would we like the focus to be?
Okay.
So let's start there.
Okay, may I start?
Yep.
And I've written this down so I can email it to you. So you can choose
Appreciate
to
it.
listen or you can just wait till you get my document. Okay, so we absolutely need to weigh in on the Steamboat Mountain Ranch. This is a development from Discovery Land Company, which has developed projects like this across the country as well as internationally. I think the most well-known one that we talk about quite frequently is the Yellowstone Club up in Montana. There is a lot of information on the impact of the Yellowstone Club to surrounding communities. So for us to think or say this is not going to impact Steamboat is very short-sighted. A couple areas I will just quickly highlight for the impacts that we will see. Traffic. Highway 131 is a rural 2-lane state highway. Many people already drive on this daily to commute to Steamboat. Hundreds of employees and residents and guests from that development will create significant traffic pressure on a road designed not for this volume. And this will impact our community. As we know, we have lots of folks who are living in Oak Creek, Stagecoach, the surrounding communities south who come into Steamboat, whether to work or to shop or eat. So traffic and the roads. Another one is employee housing. The developer is planning on 475 full-time equivalent employees, yet they're only providing housing for 90. I get they're meeting the requirement, still doesn't mean that's okay. So that leaves almost 400 employees and their families to find housing elsewhere. Where will they live? That's going to put pressure on the city of Steamboat Springs and our housing. It's also going to put pressure on the local businesses to find other employees. So we've got to take that into consideration. Big Sky, Montana has seen the Yellowstone Club drive up costs and push workers farther away. So it's already happening. We can look to other developments. It's happening. Steamboat residents are already raising concerns about this planned development. You can go back and listen to any of the county commissioners' meetings where they've discussed it, even the pre-planning before any type of proposal was submitted. There are lots of folks who live in Steamboat who have major concerns around this project. And we talk about community, our community culture, and this will really impact the community character. I'm going to talk about water. There are serious concerns about water quality, particularly with Stagecoach Reservoir and downstream impacts to the Yampa. I'm not making this up. You can look at the Yellowstone Club, and there are lawsuits and complaints around the water quality impacts from the Yellowstone Club. So serious concerns about our quality, the water quality. And Bob Adams Airport. As a city, that's a city-owned property and airport. What is the impact to Bob Adams Airport? There will be one. And for people to say we won't see private jets flying into Bob Adams, they're wrong. We will. We already do. So what is that impact to our city having more aircraft flying over Steamboat Springs, where the flight pattern is directly over our city? So we need to talk about that. And lastly, we need to understand the impact for fire and police. While I understand the fire lives, I think, with Oak Creek, the fire district, our fire department and police department will not turn a blind eye if there's an emergency out there. We all know they will respond if needed. What is that impact to our local services as well? Lots of stuff. So those are the reasons why I feel like we need to talk about it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
I appreciate all the thought you've put into that. I agree with every one of those points. And just to kind of elaborate a little bit on the community sentiment, I've heard from a lot of people, a lot of friends that are really concerned about this and just feel like we're being bulldozed a little bit. The big development can kind of do whatever it wants. The county kind of has its hands tied. They're doing what they can. But, this feels like exactly what Amy said, the Yellowstone Club kind of coming in, using our local resources, but making their own kind of bubble. And I think just to highlight the point of 480 workers needed, we know that our businesses are already struggling to find employees. And if big money's coming in, willing to pay more, that's going to drive up some challenges for our local businesses. So I don't know exactly what my request is of the county, because I know their hands are tied, but can they increase that workforce housing requirement? Can they increase some of the restrictions on the size of the lots or anything to really kind of reduce the impacts, the overall impacts that this development will have if it goes forward?
Okay. Thank you, Councilor McGinley.
I'll
Counselor
just
West?
add a couple of notes to what was said Amy, when you were talking about the roads and specifically about the traffic. And if we say, well, that's all down there, how does that affect us? We have to remember that there are students who live in Oak Creek and in Stagecoach who go to the schools here in Steamboat. How will it affect their ability to get back and forth to school? And as far as fire department is concerned, the fire departments all have mutual aid agreements. So it isn't going to take anything. Those are already in effect. If there is any kind of an incident in the area of Stagecoach or Discovery Lands development, our fire department is very likely to be called on under a mutual aid agreement. So it will put additional stress on our fire department as well.
Other comments?
I would just add in, clearly I had some intimate knowledge with them in the years past. I have not been contacted by anybody from Stagecoach Mountain Ranch since I stopped working or took the employment away. I haven't even read through the whole packet. So I know that all these are very valid concerns, and I know the community needs to vet these out. And so now that the packet is in there, I encourage us to go through and read through it, look at it. I don't know how much, we don't have much authority, but it will have those impacts that you outlined for sure. And then, debate whether some of those are directly related or going to be related. We know indirectly they will be. And so just having more of our population grow and the need for that kind of employment is going to definitely have that in there. So at this point, I'm just cautiously moving forward with it, reading it, and just kind of being kind of a sideline partner in that. But no, I have not done anything or heard anything from any of the team that worked with me back well over a year ago.
Okay. Councilor Montine or Councilor Swintek?
I think what I would like to understand, I don't know how many resorts they have, Amy, but quite a few, right?
It's like 25 or 30.
25 or 30. I'd really like to understand a little bit about the actual impact that's occurred in those resorts or in those towns, and what has the Yellowstone Club done to mitigate those things, and so that we can say to them, okay, these are the impacts that you've had, and there's some positive impacts too. I believe charitable giving has gone up significantly in some of those areas, but I'd really like to understand what they've done to mitigate this stuff and what their plans would be to do that here. I mean, I'm really concerned about the wage side of things, because if you had 400 employees, what's going to convince those employees to go down there? Well, if you got 95 units to live in, that's going to convince 95 people, but the other 300 or so are going to go down there for more money and better benefits. And how is this community going to be able to match those? And I think that's a really significant impact for our local businesses that we got to figure out. So I'd like to do some more research on this whole thing, or find out from them, what have they done? What has been the impact when they go in, and what have they done to mitigate those impacts?
Yeah, and I would, a couple, just reinforce the comment on traffic and remind everybody, right, that they'll be coming through town in terms of the way you get to the airport to Stagecoach, right, would either be coming through town or taking a helicopter.
Be flying over
Yeah,
town.
yeah, or taking a helicopter over downtown. So I think we need to think about that. And then, a great book is Billionaire Wilderness, and that was done by a researcher out of Yale in terms of the impact and what's happening in Teton County and just the income disparity. But he does spend time talking about some of the specific impacts, and to your point, talks a little bit about the charity aspect and the philanthropic aspect. And I don't think at least what he reported on was as great. Was not as significant as one would have hoped that it would have been. So, and I don't know, was the Economic Development Summit recorded? Because the author of the book did come to the Economic Summit in May and had some pretty strong, opinions on this as well. So I don't know, maybe we could reach out to John Bristol and see if we could get a recording of that. That might be another look into some of the real impacts and experiences.
I was just going to ask a follow-up based on that. Dan, I don't know if there's been any look into kind of impact fees from developments that are outside city limits, but do have significant impacts.
Sense of, does the city have? In the sense of whether the city has authority to impose such an impact fee?
Yeah, and I mean, I know you would need a strong nexus and probably a project associated with that nexus that impact fee would go towards funding. So yeah, I'll let you speak to what kind of thoughts you have on that.
Well, the answer is clearly no. We can't impose an impact fee on development that occurs outside of our corporate limits.
Yeah, even if there's like a direct impact.
Even so, we just don't have any jurisdiction. Well, there are a couple of exceptions. There's one relating to the construction of public roads, but our jurisdiction outside of our borders is very limited and doesn't include impact fees.
What about, I don't know, I'm just thinking about our previous agreement with the resort to do like a voluntary impact fee, or it wasn't called that, but could we request something like that of the county of this development?
We could, and if the developer were agreeable, then yes, that's something that we could do. We just don't have the sort of the coercive or regulatory power to require that.
Well, to Steve's point, if there's, or Amy's point, if we're able to come up with some data on what other communities have seen in these impacts and maybe some figures, that sounds like a lot of work, but it would be interesting, you know, if we could provide some community benefit from this impact.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm hearing that there is general, or at least the majority of folks are interested in having staff take a look at this and come back with a letter for council or memo or whatever that looks like in terms of a response to the county. But let's go ahead and just show a thumbs up of everybody that's interested.
Great. Thank you.
Okay.
We will bring that back next week for your review and get it to them by the 22nd.
Okay. All right. Anything else on the city manager's report? Any other thoughts or comments? And again, just a reminder to anybody that's new in the audience or anybody that's new online, I definitely encourage anyone to always check out the city manager report. It's a great look into things that are happening at the city that don't necessarily rise to the level of headlines or even lots of times council discussion. So if you want to know all of the things that are going on in the background that keep this city operating, this is a great tool to learn that. So, all right, with that, we will go ahead and move into our general public comment period. City Council will make no decisions nor take action to direct the city manager. Those addressing City Council are requested to identify themselves by name and address. All comments shall not exceed 3 minutes. So again, if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, you can come on down, state your name, address, and you have 3 minutes. Or if there's anyone online that would like to make a public comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, please raise your hand. Okay, not seeing anybody in the audience, nor am I seeing anybody online. So we will go ahead and close our general public comment period for this evening. And we'll move into our community report, city council discussion topic. Items on the community report, city council discussion calendar may be commented on in the same manner as consent calendar and public hearing items. Written community comments are always encouraged and accepted by email on any topic at citycouncil@steamboatsprings.net. Our first item is the SGR operational assessment update. And before I hand it over to Tom, I just want to say thank you all, Tom, and to SGR for the information that has been provided. If anybody's looked at the packet, there's a lot of information in there, a lot that I think will be the basis for a lot of conversations from here forward in terms of both at the council level as well as at the city staff level. So, you know, again, we started on this journey in terms of asking this question about, are we living, you know, we, the city, living within our means? And specifically, how do we compare to other peer communities? So that really was the goal in terms of from a council perspective. And I think as Tom saw this as an opportunity to say, okay, how can we also make sure that we are operating as efficiently and performing as a high functioning team? So I have encouraged them to there's a lot of slides there to move through them and really have the heart of the presentation as well as discussion be on those questions that council ask, and knowing that there will be a lot more opportunity for conversations at various different levels in terms of whether it's city council or whether it's city staff, and then how the two can work better together to become a more high functioning team. So with that, Tom, I'll hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, President Gary. And that's a great introduction. I just want to say that SGR is here tonight. Wendell Medford is here with SGR, and then Teresa Deason is also here, and she's a subconsultant of SGR's. Her company is Point of Volition. Teresa did the bulk of the work, and she has spent hours and hours and hours diving into this organization, asking questions of staff, asking questions of community members. She was here for an extended period of time and really trying to dive deep into our operations and how we conduct our business. What this operational assessment is not is a deep dive into our finances. It's important that I stress that. They did look at it, and there's a lot of information that she's going to present tonight, but that was not the intent, was to go deep into our financial situation. It was much more of a, are we being efficient with public funds? Are we being good stewards of public funds? And how do we compare to other communities? And she's going to present that information to you as well. I think it is important to stress that efficiency is also related to performance. How we conduct our business and how we make decisions and how there's alignment between council policies and the how we effectuate that down in our operations is really important to look at and cannot be underestimated in terms of the operational assessment. So you will see in the beginning of this presentation is a lot of discussion about sort of how we make decisions, how we align policies with our strategies and operations. So bear with us on that because we think that's really, really important, both from a staff perspective as well as a council perspective as well. And then the second half is really much more of a look at sort of our financial aspect and then a comparative analysis with other communities. So that is really the basis of what you asked for. That's what we're going to end the presentation with, and with a focus on that. So again, thank you. Also, just for a housekeeping, there is an updated presentation that's in your rainbow packet. So the original one that's in there, this one is a lot shortened, is much shorter, I should say, and then with a little bit more focus on some of those aspects that I just talked about. So again, thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Teresa Deason, who'll do the presentation, and she can introduce Wendell as well. So thank you.
Okay, great. Well, welcome, Teresa. And while she's coming down, the revised presentation is a salmon colored on the back shelf.
Nice color selection.
Mhm.
So, Tom, thank you for that introduction. And you actually helped me save a couple of slides, so I might be able to shorten my time even more.
All right, we'll
So-
get you to introduce yourself and pull your mic down.
Yeah, I'm
Great.
short. Yes. Okay. So first of all, I want to thank you, City Council President, City Council members, and City Manager for trusting SGR and myself with this important assessment. So we are honored to be here to report on the findings. Yes, there was a lot of information in the full report. I'm hopeful that you did review some of it because there's a lot of detail behind that. And so I'm working to condense that into a 15 to 20-minute presentation, but really highlighting some core aspects that as you look at becoming a high-performing city, ideally a model city for the surrounding areas and your comparable cities, that you actually are the ones setting the benchmark, okay? And that starts with operational assessment. So I want to thank, in addition to you and Tom, Tom's leadership team has been absolutely incredible. Their engagement and their interest in becoming even more high performing, as well as their transparency, has been remarkable. And I do believe that passing the baton off to them is going to help you as you consider some of the recommendations in this proposal. And then also the HR team, as well as the finance team, responded to every request for all of that data. And they did that in the midst of workday. So I want to say special thanks to those teams as well. Okay, so Tom already covered this. Kind of remarkable, like what the assessment is and what it isn't. A little bit of background in terms of the frameworks. That is how the light bulbs came on for the leadership team, but it's also how organizations have said that the frameworks that I'm about to present to you have helped them move from fire, ready, aim decision-making to ready, aim, fire. So that we are very intentional and purposeful. And from the city council through the entire city, there's alignment in terms of what are the key objectives and goals for the city. All right. So I'm going to start with the first framework. This is for creating a high-performance culture. The reason that full report is so long is it covers every single one of these elements. And if you look at this, it starts with the mission purpose, then to your true north. That is your guiding North Star for what is it that you want to achieve as a city. Needs to be clear and aligned and moves into your goals and objectives. And then from that, the key part of an assessment is really on your capabilities as a city, both on systems, processes, and the capability of your people. That is what drives the results. But it's impossible for me to do an assessment or anyone to do an assessment and not have a clear understanding of your true north. Okay, so can you guys hear me okay? Okay, so that's why it includes all of that. But the ultimate goal is the results that you're achieving, and that's more than just finance. All right, so the next framework helps with that formalizing of the decision-making. The bottom picture shows you how it aligns with that previous framework. Okay, so your true north, your direction is still setting the direction for the decisions that you need to make. It's a core competency or capability for decision-making to happen in a formalized way all the way through the organization to get the desired results. I'm gonna grab my water. And so this middle part is the part that I want you to kind of acknowledge that it's more than just a city leadership responsibility. There's multiple layers within decision-making. So strategic intent of the city strategies, the partner strategies, department strategies, all the way through the organization. Okay, and as you work to align that, I know you've seen this, but in the private sector, you know, the council is similar to the board of directors. And the board of directors typically focuses in on decisions that are the strategic intent, okay, the city strategy, as well as the partner strategies. And over the last several months, I've watched every council meeting since the end of July and studied those to learn. Don't be shaking your head. It was actually a really good way for me I really immersed myself in your beautiful city. And so that helped me understand the issues that you're facing, the political courage that it takes to make tough decisions. And I can tell you, again, I'm just going to compliment this leadership team. They've got what it takes. Okay, so formalizing decision-making is a core competency. And like I said, it helps organizations, cities move from fire, ready, aim to we're ready. And when we pull the trigger, it's going to happen. We're going to get the results that are intended. And those results are going to be connected to the mission, vision, and values of the city. So because I watched those council meeting, I'm not quite sure where your decision-making starts and stops. So I think that's an area that you'll see in the recommendation that, you know, getting really clear around that and making sure who is accountable. Where does that accountability fall? Because high performance it requires everybody knowing their role, okay, and executing on their portion of the thing. So this is a sample of how a decision-making framework works. And it's really straightforward, and there's other models that you could leverage. This is the model that I shared with your leadership team, and they resonated with it. So it really starts with two big buckets of questions. The first thing, when a request comes to you or to any at those levels, should we consider it? Does it align with your true north and your goals and objectives that you've set for your city? And if it passes the first set of questions, the second set of questions is, should we do it? Okay, do we clearly understand the impact, like what you're talking about with the Stagecoach and the impact? Do we clearly understand the impact, not only financially, but also on operations, on the community, on the other strategic partners where you will need their support? So I took an example. I don't know that I actually picked a good example because you've already talked about it, but it was really random when I selected it. I was looking to show or demonstrate, how the decision-making tool works at any level. Okay, so for the council, the mixed use for childcare and workforce housing is a decision that would be at your level. All right, and so with that would come the same thing. Should we consider it? My view is it absolutely fits with your goals and objectives. Should we do it? Do we have all of the information that will inform a good decision? And the decision can be yes, can be no, it can be not now. And with a yes comes a chartering of an initiative that's formalized with clear expectations and timelines and outcome measures that you expect. So then you know how, when you do your check-ins, you know how those are going. And so some examples would be the risk and assessment. And another example that's non-funding related would be something like further or strengthening enforcement on STR. Okay, so in the discussion with that question, what's the downstream effect of saying yes to that? So if your municipal court is going to see an influx of volume, are they prepared to handle that volume? Those are the kind of questions that you answer on the front end before you say, yes, let's go. Okay, because it ties back to what is your community experience? So if they do get a citing and they do need to go to municipal court and now there's a backlog, it's back to how long is it going to take now? So I'm already irritated and now I have to wait to be able to get through the volume. So it's thinking operationally as well as financially on the impact of a decision. So the next framework is, you talked about initially the importance of like fraud, waste, and abuse. Like how do you identify that and get it? It takes a deep dive. But the other part of a high-performing organization in a city that is making sure that they prevent that from happening is that you have another system that is called a continuous improvement system. And I don't have time to go through it all. I have gone through it with your leadership team in an education type session. But the one I will talk about is the management system part of this. And there's 3 elements within that. Strategy deployment. That is how you cascade, starting at the city council, the key goals and objectives of the organization all the way through to the front line. So everybody knows the importance. And then cross-functional is where you transform the work for that relentless removing of the waste so that your processes become more efficient and effective, which is a big part of the operational assessment. So decisions then get executed with high efficiency and effectiveness. That is what happens in that part of it. And then daily management is sustaining those improvements. So here's the key aha for many organizations is when you say goals and objectives, or you just use one of those terms, it can mean different things to different people. Okay, and to ensure that all of your plans and your teams are aligned, it's important to have standard terminology so that when we say what's the goal and what's the objective, it means the same thing and we're all aligned. The top of the organization's structure is where the what is determined. So a what in general terms is the goal, and in specific terms is the objective. And the reason that specificity is so important is because it's how you're going to know you got there or not. Are we there? Did we achieve what we wanted to achieve? And it cascades through the organization, again, for accountability and for implementation. So lastly, in terms of the frameworks, these 6 pillars are the pillars of an organization that is operationally excellent, okay? You have to be excellent at all of them, okay? And so with that comes, during that goal and objective and strategy deployment, is that we cover customer experience, quality, getting it right the first time, financial stewardship, delivery, timely delivery of your services, safety and people, and hire, develop, and engage top talent. So in reviewing the current, to do that, going around that circle of the enterprise, when I looked at what was available to me, the council strategic goals and then the strategic plan, a couple things stand out, which there's different pillars being used in each of these documents, as well as a mix of those semantics, strategic goals, objectives, and tactics. And so again, aligning those to where your scorecard that you look at to see how you're performing is measurable, and that you can actually tell we are on track and off track, and you're confident that that will achieve the true north goals of the organization. Similarly, ensuring that all 6 pillars are covered in the city strategic plan, as well as the use of clear goals and objectives, because that's how you align your teams to what you want to accomplish for the city. Same with the objectives. The objectives should be specific enough so that you can know when you have been successful. This is an example I wanted to share mainly because this is Kirkland, Washington, and it's a perfect, very walkable city. And the community members can easily tell that their strategic plan is in action. Okay, so in walking through the city, they've seen the strategic plan likely online, but now they can actually see the work and the action happening and showing how the city is accomplishing the objectives that they have set out to accomplish. So current state summary, the mix of terms, the alignment on who is making which decisions. In addition to some of the things I've talked about, I would recommend investing in software solution for really tracking your performance measure. It becomes really difficult doing that. Some of the challenges getting data is it can be manual currently. And so you have to have, what do you want that number to be? And then you have to have a way to easily track it so that you can get real-time reporting. I added create a onboarding process for new council members because as the council, you're really establishing that true north for the organization, which is long-term. So where it's meant to change is as you adjust council members is really around the initiatives. Ideally, the true north doesn't have to be redefined every 2 or 4 years, that is pretty well clear and easy for anyone to buy into. It's those initiatives based on the current state or current environment of what needs to happen. And that would be where it would adjust. So I don't have a lot of time. Where am I on time? 7 minutes, we're good. Financial stewardship is the one area that I'll cover just a little bit of that. But basically, this visual is really, there is no evidence in what I've reviewed that you are a good steward of the finances. I think the question is, what does the future look like? What is the trajectory if the shrinking surplus continues in the direction it's going? What are the actions and decision-making and processes that we need to be thinking about now in order to ensure that it doesn't become a growing deficit? And so that's where the decision-making process really comes into play, is ensuring that we're not losing any of that. And so I've linked the decision-making kind of questions to 2 categories. One is cost avoidance. May not be a popular topic. However, each of these examples, because I'm coming in fresh eyes, dropping in with no history of Steamboat Springs, were indicators that there is an opportunity or a need to have strong decision-making. Okay, so a cost avoidance is having a decision that doesn't cause you to do rework and go back. And it's called the 1-10-100 rule of quality. If you have to do rework, it's going to increase your cost 10 up to 100-fold, depending on how far it made it down the track before you caught and had to make course corrections. So an indicator that would be helpful to have on the front end. And so the next 2 are the very same. It's how do you have a robust decision-making ROI at the front end of key decisions at whatever level within the city it falls, and leverage that to make the decisions. And it could be reflective on some current studies, programs, and projects, and it can be definitely for anything that's coming in that's new. Okay? All right, so the effective use, there's only a few here that stood out. Again, this is a high level. This was not a forensic analysis of your accounting and how you're performing. But a few things that stood out, purchasing cards, all full-time employees have a purchasing card. It was around $1 million in spending through September. So it's an opportunity just to, again, mistake-proof that so that it is disciplined and it is intentional and people don't accidentally do the wrong thing. These two, the credit card fees, the amount of money to spend there, these align with Kim and her team. It's a work in progress. So I think from my view, this is more about, maybe it's simply formalizing that as an action plan or an initiative to be able to be reported on. And then reallocating funds to preventive maintenance, again, to avoid outages. Good? So the matrix that you have a copy of, you may have a couple. This was a bonus. This was not in the original scope. But as I continue to work within the city, I understand the importance of it. And so we've pulled together a starting point of some comparative measures that can be used so that you can, as you determine what is it that you want the key improvements to be, that there's a way to compare it. So there's some general information, financial information, and then staffing and quality of life. Okay, summarizing some of these at a high level for revenue per capita and expenditures. If you look at the like cities, and there's no exact like city to Steamboat that shares the same culture, the same history. You're the only one of these cities that has an FBO. You're not going to find one. And the ones that are on the comparative matrix came up in the interviews. And depending on the department or the division, they're going to be looking at totally different cities because of what their function performs. Okay, so you're on the high end for revenue per capita and expenditures. Salaries and FTEs are right in the middle. You're in the middle range of those comparable cities. Capital investments is right in the middle. The question is really, what do you want the number to be? And then when you know what you want, where you want to be, now you know which cities you would look at, and maybe there's others that have innovatively hit their numbers. So next steps, final thoughts. We got it. 3 minutes to go. This is really a recommendation. If you decide to formalize the operational excellence, it's an idea of what a timeline would look like, what it takes to implement, first stabilizing the existing foundations, building that performance system with measurements, and then leveraging those new capabilities. As you get results and you see the waste reduced, now you can actually advertise that. It becomes a marketing thing. So thank you. This is, our commitment is to come up with items that could help us over deliver from what was in the proposal. So the framework and tools you can use immediately. There's no additional consulting required for those. And I think that your leadership team has a pretty good handle on how those work. The performance summaries for each department and 11 divisions. There's a KPI scorecard, has a financial overview and recommendation of measures for each of those 6 pillars. The per capita data that you saw in the full report, there's one for those 19, and then the comparable matrix. Okay, so thank you for welcoming us to your city. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a great place to live and to be able to call home. And we've got 1 minute left, but we're going to start with questions. Tom, anything you'd want to add?
Oh, I think that was a great summary. Thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you. You did a great job covering a lot of information in your allotted time. So
Yeah.
we really appreciate that. And certainly, again, thank you to both of you for all of the work that was done. I think, as we said in kind of the opening comments, it's a lot of information and certainly the start of a conversation in terms of how we move forward. So with that, I'll open it up to the rest of council for any questions or comments.
Teresa, thank you. That was a quick summary of a full bucket of information.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And I could be honest with you.
Apologize that it could be.
No.
overwhelming.
This is really good information. I did not get through 100% of it.
Of course
What
not.
I got through was pretty exciting. What I wanted to ask you a question on is, as you're going through this, is how does what you've determined and our new Workday program are those synergistic and can work together moving forward?
Yeah, so one of the things when Tom and I first talked about me doing this as an operational assessment, it was important to me and to him that we not be competing in the same areas for something that's already a work in progress. Workday, don't know a lot about it, but I have seen the demo as well. And it links several of your core processes with data and with some dashboards, but it doesn't include all of 6 of those pillars. Okay, so it aligns well. Where I thought there was maybe a KPI program being considered, it isn't yet. So that would be something that would be another consideration. And let me just say that every recommendation, and there's quite a few in this report, should be run through a decision-making questions. Should you consider any of them, depending on the level, and then should you do them? That's really your decision to make. Okay, question?
Thank you. That's kind of the first stop, but keep the conversation going.
Yes.
Thank you for this. I appreciate it. I see a lot of this as really a strategic planning process is what you've articulated here. And we do have different languages around goals and objectives and initiatives and tactics and action plans and all this. And I agree 100% with you that we need to have a common language. One of the things that was interesting to me, and you talked a little bit about it here, was kind of what I call key accountabilities or roles, clarity around roles. And that it seemed that you suggested in here that there was a lack of clarity around the roles of the city council as well as in comparison to roles of the city staff or leadership team.
Right.
Can you say a little bit more about that?
Absolutely.
Why you feel that way?
Yeah. So for key alignment to happen throughout the organization, where there appears to be confusion at times is who's making the ultimate decision. Okay, and so by having those roles very clear, one of the recommendations for consideration is to have a council governance policy. I could not find one. Dan could not find one. So I think that's an area that would answer some of those questions for you. So what is the council governance on how do you work, what do you work on, how do you work on it, and how does it fit with the rest of the organization? So I do believe that would be helpful. To make the measurement piece a little bit more complicated, you have at least 19 different plans, master plans and plans. So that semantic thing now across multiple plans is another opportunity that requires, time and attention to be able to get clear on how do all those plans connect. And so again, I'm working to look at things with fresh set of eyes. Haven't worked in your city, haven't worked in a lot of cities. So I have a fresh perspective from the private sector in terms of how do you align those? Because do they compete? And I think they do. There's going to be things in each of those plans that kind of counteract the other plans. And so how do you mitigate that? Do we know what those areas are? How do they align to your overall? Because from a high-performing city, the must-do, can't-fail goals of the city come from you. And you could ask somebody and say, what's our must-do, can't-fail goals? And they could tell you, and it's not 100. It's not even 10 or 50. It's like a set that you can do.
A follow-up to that, do you think we have too many plans?
Oh, that's a good question. I did not do a deep dive, so it wasn't exactly in the scope. If you ask me my initial impression, I'd say probably. And again, you have 400 experts that work in your city. They can help you figure that out. I can point you to some opportunities and recommendations. You have the talent. I think it's really a matter of alignment and clarity around the must-do, can't-fail goals. And you do have the opportunity, because of all that, I believe, to be a model city that could set the benchmark for others. I don't like benchmarks a lot because it's, from my view, I use that where you can to get better, but ultimately you're striving for perfection. You're striving to be the best. And you have I don't know, you probably didn't see it, but in from the voice of interviews, the 55 people that I interviewed, I took common themes from that. And they're kind of scattered throughout the full report. And it's a set of very specific questions. But one of them is describe the culture. Okay, and so that's summarized in a word cloud. Service. They are all service oriented. That's the upside. They're ready to say yes and make it happen. And they have been making processes that aren't strong happen. The risk is, what do you say no to? Can we really say yes to everything? And if you say do it, it's going to happen. So it's a matter of that prioritization. Did that answer,
Yes.
Councilman?
On that topic, I feel like you touched on the emotional component of sitting up here. I think there's a lot of imposter syndrome and a lot of high emotions with the counselors who sit here because we are members of the community. How is that managed in effective cities
Yeah.
when it is not a one-to-one with a private board where it's a job and you are either let go or not,
Yeah.
but instead you're an elected official?
I don't know if you're going to like my answer. Okay. It takes political courage. And you're demonstrating that. And at the same time, consensus can be the enemy of innovation. And so what happens when you strive for consensus, you start cutting things out to get to a point where we can all agree. And now what are you left with? And so that political courage, for me, it is about integrity. It is also about, if we all believe in those must-do, can't-fail goals, and we've all said, that's it, like that is the city that we're going to be, and these are within those pillars, how we're going to do that, you stay true to that. And that decision-making framework is tough, right? That very first one, because you do have the ear of your community members. They're telling you. And so should you consider it? Does it fit? And then if it does fit and you want to decide if you're going to do it, do we have enough information? Is it is it just a few people, or is it truly what's needed for the operation? Did that answer? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the question.
I have some questions. First off, can you give an example? And it doesn't have to be right this moment, but I remember that was one of my notes, was an example of council governance policy.
I have a couple examples because when I'm trying to find out what would be included in it, I do have a couple of cities that I found that I can share. SGR, at Wendell, they're experts at facilitating cities. That's their specialty, and so that's an area that, coaching, counseling, whatever is available. But I can send the governance policies that I used when I was reviewing it.
That would be great, I think, to see. Thank you for doing that. There was so much great information in here. One of the things I found interesting were some of the staff survey results. And I was wondering, we've seen a decline in council, in the community surveys of council satisfaction, or, our ratings go down. And I wonder if some of the staff survey results, it seemed like they were trending that way as well. And if that's potentially, in your opinion, a reflection of council, since we are sort of the leaders of the operations and we put a lot of pressure on staff at times. And yeah.
It's an excellent question. Thank you for asking that. And, I did include that when I followed that circle and we were talking about the results and the survey results. It's systemic. This is not about people problems. You don't have people problems. You have process system problems. Okay, you need frameworks. Okay, and what is happening from, I've been here for 3 months off and on, but what I can glean from that, if it was one or two of those high-performing city questions that were declining, it'd be one thing, but it's not. It's all 10. All 10, the confidence in the council. Now, why? The exact answer to why is that's not for, I don't know the exact why, but I can tell you it's really no different in the private sector. Your customers are your customers. Yours happen to be community members, but a business that is successful makes sure that they understand the voice of their customer. And so I used that survey as voice of your customer, but the voice of the customer is telling you there's something more they need. If I had to guess, because I did not go deep into that, if I had to guess, I would, that one where it showed the connection, people want to see the results. Like they're hypothetically saying to you, use a tighter budget belt. And to me, that's symptomatic as well. When you can demonstrate, because you have strong strategy deployment, exactly what you're going after, how you're performing in those, and then they walk down the street and they can see the innovation and they link that back to the question. They trust. You solve problems, you earn trust. It's whether it's your employees, whether it's your customers, whether it's your community members, you solve problems, you earn trust. But sometimes they don't know that you've done it unless you tell them and show them with regular updates. And so how you do that today, I'm not sure. Another area that could be an opportunity. Does that help, Councilman?
Yes, and just a couple more, and one on that line of thinking. It's interesting too to think in your survey that there's a reduced turnover rate, but there's increasing maybe cultural challenges at the city.
Repeat that question.
It
sorry.
looks like there's a reduced turnover rate of city employees. So it looks like that's been going down over the last several years. And maybe
okay, I
that's
see you.
due to our retention efforts and, different things. But it's just interesting. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, maybe there's a growing sentiment of frustration, but there's also reduced turnover.
Yeah, so is the turnover where you want it to be? I'm going to go back to being the best. Is it acceptable, the turnover rate? Yes, it's awesome, you're getting better. Is it the best you can be? Is every department performing and managing that turnover rate?
Well, were there any indications of why we're seeing a reduced turnover rate?
That would be an HR question. I did not go into, we got the data and they had to really work hard to get me that data. And so Tasha and her team are not in here. However, that was an ask that it wasn't readily available, just like the performance reviews happening on time. They had to manually pull that, but it did demonstrate you 95% of the time you are doing that. So from your staff engagement survey, 2 recommendations. One is get the results out timely. And secondly, the action plans timely to get to that point to answer your question. They have the answer. I don't have the answer.
Tasha, hi. I don't know if you want to speak to that, and if we want to take that offline, that's fine too.
Yeah, I think we should take that off.
Okay, that's fine. So I have one more, if that's okay. So going to the framework, because you're saying that the problem is process, not people. So my big question is that, we need some recommendations for how to balance our budget constraints with council priorities, with the community needs and increasing demands. And part of what I'm struggling with in that is, we hear a lot on council to not get into the how. Yet when looking at decision making and kind of how you broke it out of, like you gave the STR enforcement as an example, and if we would have given that more foresight, we could have seen like there would be a backlog in the.
I'm not sure there was a backlog. I used that as an example.
Right,
Okay.
and so but that kind of gets into the how. Like, if you hear what I'm saying, like we want to. Our goal is to reduce STRs or have better enforcement. But then to actually make a strong decision that has the outcomes that we want, we kind of have to think about the how.
So that's where the due diligence, that big green square on that decision making, it's that data comes to you, so you are fully informed to make the decision. So it becomes part of the decision making process that you have all of those things analyzed, if you will. Now, the question is, do you have the resources to do that on a lot of these decisions that you're making? But it comes down to having that information on the front end. Instead of fire, ready, aim, we have everything we need, we're good, and we're going to move forward. Does that help?
Yes, it does. I think I'm just thinking about.
I know you want the magic bullet. Sorry.
Right. Or like, I hear staff that we are struggling with staff capacity or budgets. Like there's always constraints. So maybe we'll never have all the resources that we need. So that's just like a kind of a tricky.
The KPIs, when it comes, once you have your goals and your objectives, those drive down to key performance measures, and that's how you'll know. Because you'll be measuring the things that are directly connected to the goals and objectives of the organization. Productivity measures is one. the volume, citizens, there's several KPIs that would then inform you in terms. So it's not, you're not having to get an anecdotal opinion, that you're using facts and data to inform you to make good decisions at your level, but they're doing that all the way through. Some of the decisions are at their level, so they would be the ones making that decision.
Mhm. Thank you.
I had a follow-up. What, a lot of the data, a lot of the matrices and the measurable, and the measure, you know, being able to have some measurability there. How is your experience in the success of implementing this type of plan into a community like ours? And what are the roadblocks that you've seen that could be like, hey, don't forget to look out for that?
Yeah. So my background is more private than city, but I don't think that really matters. To transform, and so my last 18 years has been working with healthcare systems to transform their delivery care. And if you think cities are complex, trust me, healthcare is extremely complex. And this has transformed. It doesn't happen overnight. There's not a magic bullet. But in the book that is referenced in my bio, in 4 years, turnaround in 2 years for a critical access hospital. They had 6 months in reserves. They're now thriving. Okay, and then take any other health, the one in Arizona that's in the book is servant leadership, transforming healthcare from the inside out. They implemented all these. It took time and energy and effort. It took strong leadership to be able to enforce that we really, really mean this. You've got that. You have strong leader at the city manager level, your level, as well as the leadership on that team to be able to stay the course to make, does that?
Yeah, no, and then, but you mentioned 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, but it's an ongoing philosophy that we're really changing the paradigm of running the city.
Right. And that's why I refer to it in the full report as new ways of thinking. If you would entertain me, I can do a 1-minute demonstration on what it would be like to do this. Anybody game?
Go ahead.
Okay, so if you don't mind standing up, and anybody else can participate, going out on a limb here. Okay, so walk your arm. And cross them. And cross them off.
I'm sorry, I need you to speak into the microphone.
Sorry. Thank you, Emily. Yes, so cross your arms, uncross them, now cross them opposite. You had to think about it. You can sit down, that was it. But, so do you see that?
Less than a minute.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I hit the timer on that too. Okay, so but the point is, that was your muscle memory. You haven't had to think about that. You've done that for however long you've done that. So operations is no different. People have done the work the way they've done it for generations, right? And now all of a sudden there's a good reason to fold our arms opposite. Well, first there better be a really good why behind it. And then there needs to be a culture that we help each other get it right, because it won't be easy. That first that's why that's why it takes time to see the transformation actual occur. But I promise that very minimally with that strategy deployment semantics and terminology, and I've shared an example, I did an illustration for the leadership team to show them how that would work with hypothetical examples for a city, and the decision-making framework, you will see it get better because it will provide that structure. And the culture begins to change because we are helping each other. We all have to figure out how to do it differently all the way through the organization. Thank you for letting me experiment with that.
All right. Additional questions?
I just want to ask a financial question. So I'm looking at the slides and there's no numbers, I'm sorry. But it's where you compare Steamboat to other cities.
Comparable matrix part?
Yes. And so what I found really interesting was revenue per capita, Steamboat highest. When you look at, you have the highest, lowest, and middle. And then when you scroll down, we look at salaries and FTE, and we're in the mid-range. How does that line up with you? And to me, I think for us, the question we've asked is, as revenues decline, I mean, is the city living within its financial means? And is what we also hear from community members.
So currently it appears yes,
Yeah,
right?
I
I mean,
would
you have a surplus, you're living within your means. What's the forecast? That I don't know. And if you look at those lines, and that's why that one slide, what is that forecast? And is it a good time to begin to think about how we do things differently to ensure that it doesn't go other than? So are you good financial stewards from what I can tell from this high level of finance assessment? Absolutely. If you want to really get into the details, I would do a forensic accounting review and let someone go in and look at all the spending and all of the who got what and did the results show up? But you have to know what the results are you want to achieve. Because I needed something to compare to say if you were doing well or not, and wasn't able to get that real clear.
Yeah, but that's what I took from this as well.
And just know that matrix, I outsourced that because I wanted to be able to deliver it. It needs a little bit of work. Kim has it. So it's a work in progress, and it's meant to be a handoff as a tool that as you identify, how do you improve and how do you hit the goals that you want to hit, how to look at other cities. Like I took healthcare people to manufacturing so they wouldn't get stuck on how cities do things, but they could see innovation transfer on certain parts of the process that they wanted to improve.
And Teresa, you might speak to a little bit the expenses and revenues per capita is a difficult measure for a city like us because we're such a tourist-based economy. So to measure it per capita can be misleading. Now, she did compare to other tourist economies. So to me, that's an indication that we're doing quite well with respect to getting revenue from non-residents, if you will.
Right.
So I think that's an important point to make.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I was just going to follow up. I think when we look at the comparable city matrix, particularly when you look at the line of property tax versus sales tax, I mean, I think there needs to be some more clarification on that from that perspective, right?
Yeah.
So it's, as I say, it's a bit of apples and oranges in the sense of when you look at some of the communities have, property taxes that go to the city operations where even though we've got this line that says property tax in Steamboat Springs, we know that it's a dedicated.
Yeah, and in the report, the recommendation there is to make diversified revenue a strategic initiative. That's the recommendation. I don't know the answer.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm also curious, and this may be a question for you, Dan. Did you go to CML to talk about a governance policy? Because I know they absolutely have governance workshops.
I did not.
Okay, that would probably be a great resource, would be to ask the Colorado Municipal League. I would imagine they have a model governance
Data.
policy. Or at least if they don't, then I would think that might be a project for them.
Okay. Any other questions?
I have one other area I wanted to talk about a little bit, and that was around, you made the statement that our culture is one of accountability, collaboration, and continuous improvement, but then you made the statement that it appears that our departments are siloed, which obviously it's a contradiction to those three things. And I'm also wondering, one, why you feel that way. Two, is it easier to have siloed departments in public sector in the government than it is in the private sector? Or if so, what can we do about it?
Yeah. So one is a desire and one is the actual. So you strive to have the collaboration, accountability very clear. You're not there yet. Okay. The indicators of that, the 55 surveys, when you look at the common themes, silos in that word cloud, it's up there. It's probably the 5th or 6th thing. And that for me, that comes down to, again, some systematic and how do you communicate and so when I didn't cover it, but that cross-functional improvement where you're together removing the functional waste within your processes, teams are working together to do that because there's not one process you have that doesn't connect all departments. Mm-hmm. They can't work in a silo. So if you want transformational change in terms of your measures, then you're going to have to look at all of it, whether it's, starting with a value stream of just the planning reviews, but you're going to have others that need to come into play, the courts and whoever else. What else? Is that a semi-answer?
No, I just wondered if you found siloed departments to be prevalent in government, city governments.
I can't speak to that. So I'm basing it on your employee engagement survey, the voice of interviews that I did. And if I had to connect that back to city council, I would say the way that you help with that is that you get very clear on the goals and objectives, because then there's no more battle. Right now we're all aligned. and everybody knows that these are the must-do can't fail goals, and maybe it's for a year or for 2 years, but there's clear alignment. And so what feels like pressure or tension between teams begins to dissipate.
Thanks.
So
Great.
my struggle is, oddly enough, council in the report, and I'm trying to figure out what moving forward looks like on council. It's one thing to say when you have a governmental structure, you have a city manager, you have leadership team. It's pretty easy to envision how that flows. Doesn't work with us. We're not structured that way. I suppose.
I think you
can't
answered your own
imagine
question.
that we could sit here and say, okay, this is how we're going to do it. So my question to you is, when you talk about improvements that you believe council should be making, how do we even begin that process?
So I don't know if any of you want to answer her question. I could probably have Tom answer it. That's the reason I really wanted to review the frameworks with you. It's the structure that allows you to have the processes for that, so you don't have to reinvent it all the time. So between, again, strategy deployment and the decision-making framework, it puts you on that course. And then you tie that with the goals are clear, it's deployed throughout the organization, or throughout the city. Everybody knows how they connect, they know, and you're reviewing it monthly. That's a daily management that I did not review, but every department is aligned and they have their individual metrics that they're making sure. It's like driving a car through the rear view mirror. Like if you wait till the end of the month, it's too late to make a change. If you are looking at it daily. So some of the recommendations in there are moving things closer. So if you're only reviewing it annually, what would it take to review it quarterly? If you're reviewing it quarterly, what would it take to review it monthly? If you're reviewing it monthly, what would it take to review it daily?
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, additional questions?
Bless you.
Well, thank you again.
Yes,
As I say, it's been a lot of great information. We really appreciate both of you. And as we talked about, I mean, I think we see integrating this into potentially the council retreat, that happens in December, January, at least from a council perspective, as to how we could, improve our ability to operate as well.
Yeah. And again, we're honored to support you in any way. And I do believe that you have a leadership team that's going to carry it forward.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. Okay. All right. Why don't we go ahead? Are we okay moving into our next agenda item regarding strengthening standards for stream corridors, or would folks like a quick break?
Oh, no, let's get it through. We got a long day.
All right. We will go ahead and move into our next agenda item, which is agenda item 6. And again, it's recommendations for strengthening standards for the stream corridors. Julie, are you leading us through this discussion?
Okay, thank you. Julie Baxter, I'm Water Resources Manager. And I'm here to present the recommendations from a recent project evaluating how the city can strengthen our land use regulations in stream corridors. Stream corridors being the river, our tributaries, and then the adjacent riparian areas and floodplain. And so these recommendations are related to, Well, hold on. We're going to have to. Shoot.
Oops.
All the slides were gone, so hold on one second.
Oh, gosh.
I will get it.
Emily will stop the clock. Thank you.
This happens to me on Adobe.
I think it was the I PDF'd them and I didn't check that they were all there, but hold on, we've got, okay.
Sometimes if it's been up for a little while, you need to like reload it,
That's,
like
I
close
think
it and
that's
open
exactly
it.
what happened. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Ah, okay. Okay, take two. All right, so this project is related to council's goal for implementing the climate action plan. There is a recommendation there to adopt land use regulations or update them for the appropriate wetland, stream, and shoreline buffer widths. We also have a strategic objective in our strategic plan for strengthening land use and development policies that protect and enhance stream and watershed health in the community. And overall, over the last 20 years, we have goals related to protecting water body setbacks in multiple plans. So water body setbacks is we have currently in the community development code, and that's from the actual stream or tributary, like a buffer width or setback where we regulate the type of development that can occur in that setback area. And so even back in the 2004 community area plan, we had a goal related to strengthening our water body setbacks. It's a priority action of the 2018 stream management plan and Yampa River health assessment. And, you know, we've had a couple runs at it in the past, but just due to timing, capacity, there's just been something that has prevented us from actually getting a draft in front of council. So we have a renewed momentum. Last year, the planning department applied for a Sustainable Development Code Challenge grant. Sustainable Development Code is an initiative that works along with aside communities to address sustainability issues with the code and develop more sustainable land use regulations. And so Steamboat was awarded the Colorado Challenge grant. And in working with the Sustainable Development Code staff, we chose to focus on our stream corridor protections. Okay. And, you know, we chose this topic because it's been a goal for a long time. We know we have some issues with our existing standards. And because of just the importance for communities in protecting these riparian areas. So municipalities that have strong riparian protections, you see a lot of benefits from that, and you avoid and mitigate a wide range of problems. So just to take it back to the public health, safety, and welfare, avoiding development in these areas helps protect our infrastructure, property, and public health, public safety from flooding events in the future. We also, avoiding development in these areas allows, we can filter pollutants that protect our water quality. We can store water and groundwater, stabilizes stream banks. Riparian areas, particularly in the Mountain West, are critical for habitat for wildlife and biodiversity, not to mention also the recreational scenic benefits, community quality of life. We know how much this community cares about protecting its Yampa River. So these are all these reasons why we decided this is a good topic to focus on for sustainability. And I'm actually going to jump and talk about the engagement process first. So we had the consultant team came here for 2 visits. The first visit focused on identifying the issues with the standards. The second visit focused on, we reviewed their recommendations report and made comments on those. And so we had a technical team of development review staff that worked on this. Planning Commission had 2 policy work sessions. We had a stakeholder committee representing different key stakeholder groups, mostly external to the city. And then we had 2 meetings of water team as well. And the key issues that were identified in these groups, then I'm going to jump back up. Starting with the water body setbacks, in that setback area, the standards only apply to buildings. So that means other development activities that involve paving, parking lots, retaining walls, all of those things can occur within those setback areas, things that involve removing vegetation, that puts things at flood risk. So that's kind of the first thing. Second thing is the setback distances are 50 feet, whether you're at the Yampa River or you're at a tributary. So the setbacks don't take into account for the nature and character of the water body or the density of development adjacent to it. And because of this, we end up with a lot of variances. And most of these occur along Soda Creek and Butcher Knife Creek in Old Town, where we have houses that are already built within the water body setback. And so when they need to make a modification or adjustment, then they're automatically going in for a variance. And our criteria in reviewing those variances is kind of inadequate and weak for what we need. And also then the variances are approved and there's no requirements for mitigation for allowing that development in the water body setback. The floodplain regulations, so we meet, the minimum requirements from the state and from the federal government for participating in the National Flood Insurance Program. And that means within the floodplain, you can develop as long as you elevate above the base flood elevation. So it's regulating from a vertical standpoint, but not a horizontal one. And so rivers are dynamic systems and streams, they move, they erode, that's what they do. So we're still at risk to those geomorphic hazards, even if we're elevated above the base flood elevation. And then also, as long as you are elevated, you can still develop, pave, infill, all of those things. It doesn't limit that. And the more impervious surface you put in the floodplain, the less water can be absorbed, the more runoff there is, and it causes downstream flood risks. The floodplain regulations also rely on outdated FEMA maps. They're from 2005. We know they're inaccurate, and we're kind of beholden to the next time the federal government updates those. And then lastly, on wetlands, so the definition of wetlands in the Community Development Code is areas designated by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers as wetlands. So we are tied to the federal definition. And the protection of wetlands is based on the Corps' permit program. So we don't have our own regulations for development for wetlands. Instead, we say you have to have this permit from the Corps of Engineers. In 2023, the U.S. Supreme Court decision, Sackett versus EPA, excluded wetlands from that definition that do not have a continuous surface connection with a permanent flowing water body. So that means swaths of ecologically important wetlands across, particularly in the arid West, are now excluded from that federal definition. For the Corps program as well, if you do have to impact a wetland area, you can offset that. You're required to offset it. Generally here, that happens by buying mitigation credits, wetland credits in a mitigation bank. The closest one we have is Finger Rock Preserve, 35 miles to the south, south of Yampa. So we are filling in wetlands here and creating wetlands south of Yampa, obviously not helping, net loss to Steamboat and our watershed. So these are kind of the big, very fast version of the key issues that were identified by our different teams, stakeholder teams, Planning Commission, et cetera. And now I'm going to skip down and talk about the report that the Sustainable Development Code team put together. And it has 4 key recommendations. The big priority in these is the first one, and this is the setback tier system. So this sort of sets the foundation that protects riparian areas and scales them based on ecological sensitivity and then development intensity. And so everything else is kind of built on this first setback system. And the recommendation is to have distinguish between 2 tiers of development types. So the first one applies to existing single family and duplex dwelling units and accessory dwelling units. This tier 2 is like everything else. So all new development and then redevelopment for multifamily, commercial, institutional, all the rest. So this distinction would allow us to tailor our setback standards based on kind of the impact of the development type. Now, the second recommendation related to this is that we have 3 distinct setback zones. And so we're restricting development, the most sensitive areas closest to the water body, and then it gets more flexible as we move out. And so we have a first zone, the prohibited activity zone, that's the most protective. And in here, like there would not be any by right uses. There could be some activities with a permit. And those would be things like stream restoration or invasive species removal. The next zone out, allowable encroachment zones. So those activities might be by right, such as river restoration, invasive species zone. And then you have some additional activities allowed with a permit. This might be like a soft surface trail. And then the third zone out, conditional encroachment, we would have additional flexibility in the by right and the permitted uses. So this recognizes then that we're going to have different types of water bodies in sensitive areas and different types of development and uses and scales that. So this system then should help us would prevent as many variances because we don't have a one-size-fits-all approach anymore. And so the recommendations do give us some ideas for some more objective variance criteria. And they even ask us to consider whether there is some zone, some prohibitive zone where there are no variances allowed, like some sacred buffer that we do not allow variances. Okay. And then lastly, on the wetlands, as many of you may be aware, the state now has a new program, new legislation to regulate wetlands to cover those types of wetlands that are no longer covered by the federal protections. And so the recommendation here is that we mirror the state's definition in our community development code, and then we have all types of wetlands covered. And then we'll, as the state, they're in a rulemaking process now for these dredge and fill requirements. Once that's complete, we will implement it as needed at the local level, and we can identify if there's any gaps between the state's version and then our local needs. And then lastly, the consultants also recommended that we consider this idea of a river corridor overlay district. And that would take all the standards and consolidate them into one overlay zone that would be used to meet multiple goals. So for water quality, for flood mitigation, habitat protection. What this requires, to do it right, it would require that we have a very comprehensive mapping and evaluation of like the ecological importance of different areas. It requires a lot of upfront work to be able to get this put in place. So takeaways from our last set of meetings with the consultant where we gave comments on the report and recommendations. So in general, there was agreement on these are good general approaches for the setbacks, for the variance criteria, and for wetlands, that the setback system would address a lot of the issues with the existing floodplain regulations and the water body setbacks. However, we have not assigned any distances yet. Like, what is that prohibitive activity zone? Is it 5, 10? Is it 10 feet? So we don't have those buffer distances yet, and we don't have what activities would be allowed within those buffer distances. So it's difficult for people to really say what they supported without understanding more about those details. We also know we're going to need some better technical mapping of our water bodies to make this work. It's a much more sophisticated system, so there will be a learning curve for staff and applicants. And then we also, although we really like the idea of the river corridor and overlay zone, it would take a lot more time and resources and funding to get that in place. And we, in general, the recommendation is let's get these standards in place first, and then for the water body setback system, and then we can build on that over time and still aspire to having a river corridor overlay zone one day if it's appropriate. So moving forward, staff's proposing that we have a phase 2 to this project where we would work with ecologists, the appropriate professional expertise to develop those buffered distances and then the use standards within those. So actually get the detailed system that we would do community engagement efforts, probably a big workshop to get public input on that. And then we would draft code to present for adoption. So to do this, the immediate next steps would be developing that scope of work for phase 2, soliciting estimates from consultants, identifying where we might have some city budget available. We can apply for a Growing Water Smart grant, which was a training workshop we went to a couple years ago that we're now eligible for technical assistance, and then look at other technical and funding partners that are interested. So that is the end of my presentation. So I'm here to answer questions, and the feedback that we're interested in is if you support this proposal for a phase 2 on this project to move forward.
Great. Thank you, Julie. Okay. And again, just to clarify, right, I mean, what you're looking for is concurrence or kind of a thumbs up from council that you should to move on to the next phase.
Moving forward, yep.
Okay, great. Who'd like to ask the first question?
Jump in. Hi, Julie.
Hi.
Good to see you. Do you know if we have funding set aside for this in the 2026 budget?
We don't, but we have some ideas of where we might have some budget in that will be left in 2025 that would be appropriate for this, and paired with some grant funding, we think we'd have enough budget to move to phase 2.
Amazing. And then I really appreciate all the work that you're doing on this, as well as all the other people involved. That definition from the state, I'm wondering if we can just go ahead and adopt that without needing a consultant and changing the code, just like working from that definition versus the current federal definition.
Yeah. I believe the planning department is going to bring forward some text amendments sometime soon, and that is one of them. Yes, so we are on it. We think we can knock that one off quickly.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rebecca and team.
All right, questions?
As I was going through this, what I made some notes on is when we started talking about variance criteria. And in your experience working with us for the last 4 or 5 years now, I think you've been in Steamboat longer?
Well, 3 years with the planning department and 4 years in public works, so 7. Yeah.
Good. And during that process, I know when I was on planning and the others that have been on planning, this water body setback issue has always kind of come up and it's kind of been lingering out there. So I'm glad we're getting to coalescing this into a plan and a modification. As we go through this and we start to determine some of these setbacks between 50 feet, 100 feet and such for the conditional uses and uses that are in there, the one thing I always have to caution myself is that as a legislator, we don't want to overregulate to a point of not allowing some, development, especially in our tributaries that are throughout the city. We have so many buildings that are already within those setbacks. And so I would assume we would have some criteria like the non-conforming legal status that would allow that current building to be there. But it still warrants the question, if I had a house downtown that was right near the butcher knife and we now implemented a very robust water body setback, how would that change then my existing structure? And what are we actually doing to the current citizens of the town different than new development? New development, I think we have total control over, but it's actually moving back and looking at your variance criteria that you had set, kind of implemented and talked about.
So that, the recommendation to try to address that issue is with the 2 tiers of development. So
See
the
that.
first tier was at existing single-family homes. And so that so kind of directly trying to address the issues in Old Town, that variance criteria would be the standards would be different than we would be applying to new development.
Good. I didn't mind the variances. I think that they're wise and we need to have a little bit strict, robust, issues, but it definitely warrants that 2-tier system for sure. I'm good.
Questions?
So I'll just ask a super quick question. I really don't have many questions because I fully support this, but I'll give you a question. I was thinking about variance as well. I was thinking more about new development. And will this take into consideration where we have a new development in a floodplain, they come in with a variance, and I think the downstream, like literally, and implications of it, I personally have felt like that hasn't been addressed. And so the variances are approved, and then we potentially have downstream problems. Will this help with reviewing variances through this lens?
Well, I think the standards will be much clearer to begin with and like appropriate for what our goals are. So that will be a start. And then what the recommendations here are that we have much more objective criteria for what constitutes hardship, which would be why I would be allowing a variance is that there's the hardship that's being shown. And so it's trying to improve that criteria to make it more straightforward in approvals.
Perfect. Thank you.
Do you have a question?
I am having a great deal of difficulty with this since I have a fairly, well, it's a significant piece of property within the floodplain on Soda Creek. So, and it's undergoing development now as well. So I think I'm just going to say, thank you. I really appreciate this. It's tremendously informative, and I'm not going to say anything else.
Got it. Well, and I think maybe let's just take a step back, right? I mean, and think about this from the high level in terms of why is this important? And maybe, you can kind of speak to that, right? In terms of river health, right? You talked a little bit from the Climate Action Plan.
That lists all the reasons, all the benefits, ecological, economic benefits that.
And it keeps the river, the temperatures, and ultimately there's, in terms of the fact that if river temperatures get too high, right? I mean, we have to take mitigating action, right? I mean, so there are
Juice is a huge driver of water quality. Yep.
So maybe just, talk a little bit more about that. I mean, again, I don't know. I mean, from the perspective, well, right. But I mean, what I'm talking about is ultimate cost to the city if we don't do things like this.
Well, I think, a flood event would be where we could have the ultimate cost because we're putting things at risk when we put them in floodplain areas. But also, obviously, water quality, we're a utility provider. We provide drinking water, we provide wastewater services. So clean water quality, compliance is very important to how, our costs in running those services. And then we're a recreation-based community, right? So we have anglers and a boating culture. And so for all those recreational economic reasons, I think we can make a good argument as well.
All right. Thank you, Julie. I just, again, got to get anchored in the why, right? And what's the benefit to our community and what kind of costs are we actually mitigating down the way? So thank you.
Yes, thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments for Julie? All right, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, or if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment, you can either please come on down, state your name, you have 3 minutes, or if you're online and would like to make a public comment, let's please raise your hand. All right, I'm not seeing anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment, nor am I seeing anybody online that has their hand raised. So we'll bring it back to council for any just discussion, comments. And I think ultimately the question is, Julie would like a thumbs up in terms of whether council would like her to move forward on this phase 2.
Yeah, I mean, definitely move forward. My takeaways on her slide 13 came through was just that the devil is in the details. We need the technical mapping with learning curve for staff and applicants to learn what we're talking about. But I mean, this has been a long time coming, and we have the wonderful Yampa River and all the tributaries that really make our town what it is. And so I would definitely encourage us all to go to phase two, just for those reasons that we really need to go to the next step of the detail to really implement a plan that when we get some citizens that have their comments and concerns, that we've addressed them professionally by the experts.
Well said. Other comments? Okay, it sounds like I'm looking for the thumbs up. Who'd like to proceed on to phase two? Okay, all right, and thank you. So we'll go ahead and we'll move forward on to phase two. So thank you again, Julie, for that information and the work that has been done so far. Great. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? We will be back at 7:20. That's 11 minutes.
Brock's, or you gonna leave those for you?
Want some?
Yes. Got a whole bunch of stuff on here.
So. All right, if everybody will take their seats, we'll go ahead and get started again. Okay, Halloween is just around the corner, right?
It's coming.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent calendar, motions, resolutions, and ordinances, and our first readings. And again, items on the consent calendar may be reviewed and commented upon in the same manner as other agenda items. Any member of the council or the public may request withdrawal of any item from the consent calendar for further discussion at any time prior to approval. If items are not removed, they may be approved with a single motion. Agenda item 7 is the first reading of an ordinance adopting the budget and setting appropriations for the city of Steamboat Springs, Colorado for and during the period beginning the first day of January 2026 and ending the 31st day of December 2026. Would anyone like to see that one pulled?
Yes, please.
Of course. Okay. Agenda item 8 is an ordinance rezoning 1801 Lincoln Avenue, parcel 936072004 from Industrial Zone District to Commercial Services Zone District, PL 20240043. And I think we're going to pull this one as well. Then we'll call you up next. And then agenda item 9 is an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement located on Lot 1 Village Drive subdivision, PL 202502881. Is there anybody on council that would like to pull this?
Yes, I have a question on that.
Okay. We will pull that from the consent calendar. We'll move on to agenda item 10 is a resolution approving a conditional use development plan and major variance, PL 2025043, Mount Warner Water and Sanitation District, Walton Creek Lift Station Improvements. Is there anyone on council that would like to pull this for questions or a presentation? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to have this pulled for a presentation or discussion? Or if there's anybody online that would like to have this pulled for a presentation or discussion, please raise your hand. All right, I'm not seeing anybody requesting that agenda item 10 be pulled from the consent calendar. Agenda item 11 is a resolution approving revisions to the short-term rental tax fund grant agreement, Yampa Valley Housing Authority, Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley. We'll pull that one. Agenda item 12, an ordinance approving the short-term rental tax funds for Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley 2025 supplemental budget appropriation. That'll need to be pulled if we're pulling 11. And then 13 is an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement and a portion of a snow storage and removal easement located on Lot 23, Copper Ridge Business Park, filing number 4, PL 202501555. Is there anybody on council that would like to pull this? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to have this item pulled from the agenda? Is there anybody online that would like to have this item pulled from the consent calendar? Okay, agenda item 13 will stay on the consent calendar. So I will entertain a motion to approve agenda item 10 and agenda item 13 on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilor Bacino. We have a second by Councilor West. Is there any additional discussion? I will call the question then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, those pass unanimously. And I misspoke. Our first agenda item is the first reading of the ordinance adopting the budget and setting appropriations for the city of Steamboat Springs, Colorado for and during the period beginning the first day of January 2026 and ending the 31st day of December 2026. So Kim, you want to walk us through this?
So I'd love to.
And we'll just make a note, right, that there is a new,
There is a new ordinance, Kim
Ordinance.
Weber, Finance Director. The other ordinance just had it was $2,000 off. The funds were correct. The total, because it's done in a Word document, wasn't correct. So it's corrected now in your rainbow. First, I'd like to thank you guys for the 8 hours that you spent on the budget last Tuesday. I think it was a very productive session, and I appreciate all the questions. I appreciate you diving into the detail. So I'm going to go high level and go over the changes that are included from that original budget. And then I'm also going to provide you with a staff recommendation for your consideration. It wasn't actually in the packet, but as the dust settled and since the packet was due the following day, we've kind of come around to what staff would like to propose with changes to this ordinance. But from the original budget that staff provided you, we have removed in the capital projects fund, we removed the stables project, the stables restroom project that was funded at $1.5 million and added back $2 million to help fund the second sheet of ice. That includes a transfer from the accommodation tax to help fund that of $500,000. So $1.5 million coming from capital, $500,000 from accommodation tax fund. We added the Public Works Campus Geothermal System design for $205,000. That is supplemented with a $41,000 grant, so $164,000 of city funds. We added back in the Capital Projects Fund $105,000 for a patrol vehicle, $84,000 of that being funded out of the fleet fund, and then $21,000 being paid for out of the general fund, funded with a transfer from the Capital Projects Fund. In the general fund, we allocated an additional $50,000 to the chamber destination marketing to make it a total of $750,000. We added $50,000 for Northwest Colorado Health. We added back $17,643 to Parks and Rec's budget to maintain the ski hill operations to run until 8 o'clock in the evening on the weekdays. And then we added back $137,008 to fund 2 additional police officers for half of the year. So starting in June, there were 2 already in the proposed budget, but this is 2 additional. And those were the changes to the original budget. That created, in the general fund, that created a use of reserves of $232,388. Staff's recommendation would be on this is to delay funding the 2 additional police officers. I remind you that the department asked for 4. There were 2 in the original proposed budget, and then council was proposing funding the additional 2. Not because we don't think that they're needed, but because of the staffing levels, because of the budget constraints, because of this being an ongoing operational cost. Staff's proposal is that we start with 2 of them and delay the hiring of the other 2. We don't increase the chamber funding from what staff proposed. In 2025, we are funding the chamber at $650,000. Staff proposed an increase of 7.5% up to $700,000. So we propose not utilizing reserves to make up that difference of the $50,000. We're proposing to still include the $50,000 Northwest Colorado Health contribution, as well as the $17,643 for the House and Hill operations. And what this results in, it results in a $4,620 surplus for operating in the general fund. The $50,000 for the Northwest Colorado Health can come out of reserves. It's a one-time payment. It's an appropriate use of reserves according to our fiscal policy. The net use of reserves will still be $45,380. But as I said, at least that one is not an ongoing responsibility of the city. So we would propose continuing with all of the other changes that we considered, including the patrol vehicle, including all of your capital. And this would decrease On your ordinance, this would decrease the general fund appropriations by $187,008. That's hard to say. And I have the totals if you want to consider that for staff, or consider that staff proposal, or if you want to talk about other questions and other comments.
Maybe I missed it. Is this written somewhere?
It's not, I'm sorry. it is not written anywhere. Would you like it on the screen?
Yes.
You have some of that on attachment 2.
Yeah.
I mean, if you bring up attachment 2 in there, it should have some of that in the first column. It does address most of those items, but the changes that you just talked about were
So-
non-graphic. They're just verbal.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, if you could bring it up on the screen, I think that would be good.
And then while you're doing that, just a question and clarify, the 911 dispatch budget, we've kept that in full from that out of the general fund.
That's correct.
Okay.
And just to be clear, the only thing I'm proposing is not funding the police officers and not funding chamber. Those are the only two changes from what's in your packet. So we'll bring that up.
You look at the attachment 2026 budget retreat changes, they were listed right there.
Well,
You don't have a
I don't
packet.
have them.
Got it.
We'll get it up on the screen for you.
Say again?
We'll get it up on the
Yeah,
screen.
that would be good.
So it's good for the public to see as well. So
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. The public needs to see these as well. So if we don't have those in rainbow, that,
And council, just, I did send you an email
important.
with our concerns. The concerns primarily with funding the 2 police officers in the chamber out of reserves for 2026 is really not a concern for 2026, but more of a concern for 2027. The police officer salaries will double, and then we're kind of baking that additional $50,000, which is a total increase of $100,000 for the chamber. We're kind of baking that into the general fund, and that's going to show up in the 2027 budget. And we have the additional strain on the general fund with the dispatch funding, which will increase by twofold. So in next year, it's 400 and whatever it is, $60,000 or whatever it is, double that. So it's not almost $900,000 in 2027. So we're trying to prepare for that as well. So that was our primary reason. Plus, in my professional opinion, not great practice to kind of use general fund reserves to fund ongoing operating expenses. Obviously, that's a policy decision that's in your purview, but that's just our recommendation. So thank you.
and so when you say delay, you're saying delay till 2027 for the 2 police officers.
Yes, we will evaluate those 2 police officers with any other FTE requests as part of the 2027 budget process. And having spoken with Chief Beckett, he was very humble when asked about those. Obviously, he asked for 4, but there were a lot of other positions as well that were asked for, and he said that he would be fine with those 2 being delayed till 2027.
So does that mean he won't come back when we ask things and say that we don't have the police staffing to do this?
Say that again?
I said, well, I mean, I guess it's from a resource perspective, right? We hear continuously that we don't have the staffing to do some certain things like e-bikes enforcement.
That's assuming these 2 new hires this year gets them to full staffing, and they are not anywhere near fully staffed. Even with these 4, they are not fully staffed. He said that.
Yeah, and the other point, Tom, that you said you would evaluate this next year along with other FTE requests. I think that's taken a step back. We want to fund 4 policemen this year. Your recommendation is to cut it to 2. To me, that means then implies that next year we will add the 2. It won't be in comparison to other FTEs, first of all. If we add any FTEs, why wouldn't those be the first 2?
Well, they certainly can be. And if you, again, this is just our recommendation. If you feel strongly that we fund 4 police officers this year, we can figure out how to fund those. Our recommendation would be either to do it out of reserves, adjust your revenue, or make another cut in the
Budget.
proposal.
Okay.
I think staff has done an amazing job of trying to balance forecasting with the budget and all the department requests and needs, as well as the citizens' demands and needs and growing expectations as we saw in the survey earlier. So I thank you for vocalizing the recommendation, and I would support the recommendation. And I don't know if I need to say again to the community and to council that I work with Northwest Colorado Health. I don't intend to make any biased decisions here, but look at the budget holistically.
Did you, Kim?
Thank you,
I saw we
Dakota.
got an email on search and rescue. Did you take that into account in what you were thinking and still felt it appropriate to give them half of what they asked for?
So when we were looking at search and rescue's request, it was less about what they were requesting and more about what we did in 2025 and what our revenue was going up or down. And so although I completely think that they're an amazing organization, it wasn't about what they were requesting. For me, it was, what did we fund last year? What can we continue to fund? So I did not, yeah.
Okay, why don't we go ahead and ask, see if there are there questions on this? Questions on staff recommendation, or did council, as you looked at the budgets and had the week to think about it, are there other issues and thoughts that were brought up?
I would say my one comment, outside of the changes, I just still, you all are gonna know what I'm gonna say. I still have the with the airport budget. But here we are. I've been talking about this for probably since I started on council. And so I guess for Tom, I just don't know how we can proactively address this deficit at the airport without having to continue to rely on general funds. I take that back somewhat because we should rely somewhat on general funds because it has a community impact that we all benefit from, but we don't benefit from the private planes flying in that we are all subsidizing. So that's my biggest hangup. I don't think I have a question to that because here we are. I debated, like, do I actually vote no on this budget because of the airport? We need to see the revenue streams. We have control over what we charge. And so when I only saw a 1% increase, unless my math was wrong, Kim, I'm going off of memory, there are areas that we can control in revenue, and I just don't see us being proactive about it. My own personal, I don't want to insult staff with that comment, but that's just what I'm seeing with the numbers.
I don't disagree with you. I think that in a little discussion, sorry.
I'm
But
sorry.
no. I don't disagree with you, but I think that with the airport and Josh, we're in a area of transition. And I know we've talked about this for a couple of years while you've been on council. And it's been on for 6 years that I've been looking at it. And I've seen it fluctuate from $70,000 in the general fund to almost $800,000. So it is one of those areas that we want to look at how we're being responsible to the taxpayers. And so for me, I balance that with like, okay, let's keep it on the top in the front burner, but let's, help Josh and see where we can go to see what he can do with the new director of the airport. And, maybe if something turns around with the leases and something like that, we can kind of go there, but it's not a reason to kick the budget down the back, in my opinion.
Yep, I'm going to pull us back.
Sorry, we're having
In
a
terms
total
of, let's
discussion.
focus on, I did ask for general comments. I would say let's ask questions about the staff proposal and like Councilor Dixon just did in terms of, potential questions about the airport.
Can I answer Counselor Dixon's
Yes,
questions?
if you have.
So we heard you loud and clear, and Sarah's reviewing in depth their revenue, reaching out to other airports. I will say the fluctuation of the subsidy is partially due to the overhead. It's the increased cost of the government in general that gets passed on. That the airport has done amazing in like operating on a shoestring budget. And so their operating expenses themselves, I don't know that you could trim anything more off of there and still operate an airport. And then there's over $200,000 of deferred maintenance.
Yeah.
So as deferred maintenance goes up and down, there's $150,000 that we're contractually obligated to do if we want to continue to have the revenue to lease the terminal. So it's such a push and pull, but I think staff is ready and willing to look at leases. So, and that really comes back to council. So we are ready to look at revenue.
Okay, thank you. And please know that by no means am I ever implying we need to cut at the airport, because I look at the financials and get it. For me, it's more about what other revenue streams can we bring in.
That's
So,
good to know. And that, yep, we're on that. Thank you.
thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I'm still having difficulty with taking money out of reserves. I said it a week ago. There isn't a single thing on this list that isn't really valuable, really important, except that if we're looking at a projected decline in revenues, and I just don't think it makes any sense for us to sit up here and say, well, but if it doesn't go down that far, then we can spend this other money.
Okay, I'm going to reel us back in. We're asking questions before we make comments, right? I mean,
Are we doing this? Is the question?
yeah.
I'm
Well,
sorry,
any
you're right.
Specific questions, sorry.
Yep.
Just so we can make sure we get public comment in terms of, thank you.
Good.
Yeah, right? Yeah, okay, that's your question. Why are we doing this? Okay, I got it, right? So you would, yeah. So are there no questions on staff's recommendation?
Get it.
I did ask a question about the city council budget.
You did.
And I don't know if everybody saw that. And really, I mean, it seems like, I mean, the primary line item really is the salaries, right, of the city council employees. But it does look like we probably could cut a little bit, right? Not a whole lot, but to the yes.
Yeah, there are areas, it's interesting, it ebbs and flows because a council will come in and say, we need $10,000 per member to go to training, and they'll spend every penny of it. And then the next council will come in and say, we don't need to go to that many trainings. So it ebbs and flows, and so staff is pretty careful on how we budget that. But there's places, there's a couple $1,000s here and there that we could move around, cut out, but I do think with potentially new council members coming in, you would want to keep training travel meetings in place. Would be my professional recommendation.
Okay, so that was,
And the staff, the salaries is, that was passed by the voters, and that is calculated based on ordinance.
One last question. Can you clarify what, if we go with the staff recommendations, that was a net of how much?
$187 and $8.
Okay. It was
So then if you
even.
take,
Okay.
so that takes it down to 45,000 and change use of reserves. If you want to continue to fund the Northwest Colorado Health, staff is saying that's a one-time use of funds and not an ongoing obligation.
okay, well, it doesn't sound like council has any questions. Okay, all right. Well, we'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. If there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment on the budget, or if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment on the budget and the discussion that we've just had, would you please raise your hand?
They're as informed as we are.
All right. Well, I'm not seeing anyone in the audience that's making their way down, nor am I seeing anybody online that has their hand raised. So we will close the public comment portion of the budget and bring it back to council now for a discussion that we've really wanted to have.
We've already had our discussion.
We're good. No, I got to tell you, I mean, I did talk to Chief Beckett on those two police officers in the Tahoe and other things like that. And we're trying to do something that our department head's saying is not necessary. And I think that we're stepping a little bit out of line in that area. And so I agree with staff's recommendation, and I appreciate you bringing up the one-time fund for Northwest Colorado Health coming out of reserves, just to kind of make it balanced. I do think that at 4:30 on last Tuesday, there was a little meeting fatigue, and I think we just kind of wanted to solve something. So I really want to applaud our staff, including you, Tom, for recognizing that that's kind of maybe what it was and saying, let's not try to do that. But you did come up with some good solutions, and I support staff's recommendation for our budget this year.
Yes, I'll just say, I don't know if that's necessarily fair to the public. I don't think that we can blame this on meeting fatigue. And I'll be the first to say, like, I think this is a natural human thing where you see something you want and there's money there and you want it. For example, properly funding police is important to me. I started that conversation saying we should be using reserves, and I landed where Councillor West landed. I think we're all need to admit that we're human up here. We are not professionals at doing this. And it's natural to want to do it, but I just urge you all to then, now that we've had a week to breathe about it and realize it, and just, I hope that we can acknowledge the fact that although we want it, we cannot afford it, and we should not be spending reserves to buy something we can't afford. And I just would echo what Councillor West had said.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, these are these are tough choices, right? I mean, particularly when we talk about our police and our ability to keep our public safe. And when we know, we've heard repetitively throughout the year that we don't have staffing to do some of the things we know that we need to do, and we know that the community wants to be done. And so that's certainly weighing on me from, from the perspective of the 2 FTE for the police.
Yeah, when I think of what SRG talked about earlier tonight, they talked about having a lens of ROI on things and really understanding what the return on investment is. So when we talk about the police, the ROI is pretty obvious, and especially if you feel like you don't have enough. But I respect what you're saying, Councilor Pacino, about Chief Beckett, and if he feels okay with that, then I'm okay with that. The only other piece was the $50,000 for the chamber. I look at the ROI and I say, well, for $50,000, I'd like to not have a 4% decline next year. Going from 3% up to 1% down, that's 4% decline. And if the ROI on that says we can help with that, then I'm in for that. But I don't see much support to have ourselves go down $50,000 into the reserve. So, but I still support funding the chamber, especially if we expect to see a decline. But I understand where everybody's coming from.
Well, if we're trying to choose from the items here, I would say to you that from what you and I have both learned, Northwest Colorado is health is almost at emergency level in terms of its survival. Another $50,000 to the chamber does not fall into that category. So if I had to pick one, which $50,000 I'm going to choose to spend, and it's Northwest Colorado Health.
And I, since we're not taking that out of the general fund, we're taking it out of reserves. It's a one-time only expense. So I don't even consider that. I would not even consider trading that off.
All right. Any additional? Okay, go ahead.
So I would agree with staff's recommendation. So one, outside of the philosophical conversation around having 2 more police officers, ongoing expenses should not come out of reserve. So I totally agree with staff on that. I would also say that this is what elected officials do. They receive a budget from city staff, from state departments that then go to our state legislators, and there are really tough conversations that happen. Elected officials then have to weigh the community impacts. And so while I get us saying maybe we don't want to pull reserves, this is the job that we have been asked to do, is to look at these areas and look at the community impacts. And so I fully support the Northwest Health $50,000. I also support the staff recommendation of keeping this $17,000 for House and Hill to stay open later. I encourage everyone, whoever's even listening, to watch the JBC starting in November. These are tough decisions that every elected official has to make for their community. So thank you, Kim, and your staff for putting this together, and I support the recommendations.
Okay, really quick, my only comment that is circling around in my head is that Chief Beckett was really transparent in saying that he wants more data on how many police officers he feels like are needed in our community. So I hope, next budget cycle, he feels like he's got more data to come back and say, this is where we really are right now, and this is where I want us to be, and has more of a plan, or has more confidence in that plan to get us there. So yeah, thank you, staff, for all the hours that you put into this budget and all the work that you've done this past year. It's been a big year.
All right. Any other final comments? No, again, we appreciate Kim, you and all of the leadership team and all of the work that went into it. And again, appreciate the robust dialogue that council did have last Tuesday. And thank you, Tom, for speaking up regarding your concerns. And coming back with a proposal for council. So with that, are we ready for a motion and
Sure.
Okay.
I move to approve agenda item 7, the approval of the ordinance for the 2026 budget with the staff recommendations and the suggested changes brought forth today. Thank you, Kim.
I think since they weren't in writing, since they weren't part of your budget packet and it wasn't part of the staff recommendation, we should probably say reducing general fund by $187,008, which makes the total appropriations $126,033,957.
So moved.
Okay.
You do not want me to repeat that.
Just wanted it on record.
Okay. All right. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilor Bacino and we have a second by Councilor Dixon. Are there any additional comments? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition say nay, please. Okay. That passes 7-0. And again, we will see this again on second reading next Tuesday. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to agenda item 8, which is an ordinance rezoning 1801 Lincoln Avenue, parcel 936072004 from industrial zone district to commercial services zone district, PL 20240043. So Toby, you want to come on down and just kind of refresh us? I know we've seen this before, but if you want to give us an overview and then kind of an update on why we're coming back. And I believe we also, do we have a rainbow on this one as well? Or I know there's recommendations on the different options.
Yeah, I don't think we have a rainbow, but we do have some different options for you to consider. And the applicant is also here and would like to make a couple statements.
Perfect.
And we can answer questions as well. So Toby Stauffer, Senior Planner, this is a zone map amendment to rezone a 2.45 acre property from industrial to commercial services. The zone map amendment meets the criteria for approval and it's consistent with the future land use plan for the area. A zone map amendment typically becomes effective about 5 days after its publication, after the publication of the ordinance. So the ordinance in the packet tonight does have that standard effective date. The applicant would like to request a different effective date based on their transfer of ownership. Property ownership is not a factor that we typically use to determine the appropriate zoning for a property. And ownership is not a criteria for approval. So again, we find this request to be consistent with the future land use map and CS zoning is appropriate and desirable in this location. And we would recommend a standard effective date. There is some information in the packet for you about a different effective date, some additional language that has been reviewed by the applicant and the city attorney.
Just real quick, is that date going up or back?
I think it's going back. It would not be, it would be more than 5 days. So it would be based on, I think, closing, but the applicant can tell you that a little bit more specifically.
Okay. And then, and just to be clear, right, it's attachment A. So either 5 days or a longer date. So
Yes.
any questions for Toby? Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and ask the applicant if you'd like to come up, state your name, your address, and you can explain your request.
All right. Hello, my name is Jeff Kachiber, 7039 Forest Ridge Circle in Castle Rock. I'm one of the principals at K2 Civil Consultants and one of the managing member at K2 Development that is doing the project. So the main reason we're requesting the ordinance change is because of our contractual issue. The seller of the property, although we tried to get this out from the beginning, he does not want us to change the zoning on the property until we close on the property. So we've gone through the whole process, gotten all approvals, gotten the development plan approved and everything. But now what we're trying to do and what we've worked with the city attorney on is to come up with a plan that allows us to get the zoning in place, which is a requirement of some of the banking and everything that goes along with it. But it would become effective when we close on the property or at 6 months as an outside date so it would be guaranteed to change zoning to what the city wants and what we want within 6 months. Right now, the closing date is scheduled for 11/25. They may want to move it up a couple days because that's the Tuesday before Thanksgiving and they're worried about vacations. So we may do it the week before on the 20th. But that's the whole purpose of that. So that when we close, it will automatically become effective and the zoning will change and we'll be good to go. So that's the whole purpose of it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
Okay.
Dan, I had a question. All right, so let's say we go ahead and put this 6-month deadline on there and go happen. If it doesn't close, how does that affect the landowner at this time when they don't want to do it now? And if we went ahead and said in 6 months, it's going to happen whether you want to or not, is that something we should be even considering or concerned about?
Well, you do have the power to do that. You don't need the consent of the landowner to rezone. So
Okay.
if you thought it would be appropriate to rezone property regardless of the landowner's development plans or the development plans of the applicants.
Turn on your mic.
Turned off.
Hi, Dan.
Sorry. Yes, you do have the power to rezone without the consent of the landowner or other interested parties. If you thought that this zoning is the appropriate zoning of the property, you could do it without any contingencies.
Okay, so there's really nothing to worry about whether the landowner wants it or not. It's from our future land use map and our planning department that could sit there and say, this is the best use of the zoning for that land and we're moving forward whether you want to or not.
Correct. That is the way zoning generally works. Now, I would also say that you can take the wishes of the landowner into account.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's called being a nice neighbor.
Okay. Additional questions?
So I have a question. I'm sorry. What's your name again?
Jeff Kochever.
Jeff. Okay. Thanks, Jeff. Sorry about that. This has changed multiple times, I feel like, and it's come forward to council several times, and we've had to postpone, stop, go. Help me understand, like, why we're here today.
Yeah, I think the reason it was delayed was because we had to table, we went through everything else, but we had to table the zoning piece for this reason. So the reason that it slid back is a bigger issue, or it's a different issue. It is, we're a fee developer, so we pay for all the fees up until we close, and then we get paid a fee to do this, and a capital partner comes in and funds the construction, everything. The original capital partner we were working on this project with lost their funding in December. So we have been working with different capital partners to come forward and do that. And Now it's Caliber Hospitality Developments is a capital partner that we have now. They're very well heeled and they have the ability to close. We're just going through all the documents and all those things. That's why we need a little bit of extra time. Otherwise, we'd say we'll close, right as soon as the zoning is ready. But, that just takes a little bit of time. So.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Uh-huh.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Additional questions?
I have one for Toby.
Okay.
She's ready. What effect does this have if council were to say, sure, it's fine to close at a later date than is standard?
It shouldn't
What
have,
will that mean for you long-term, not just for this property, but in terms of, well, you did this once? Is that a problem?
I don't believe so. So this is a very specific situation and we've written some specific language for that. So I don't think it changes the intent of the zoning or the intent of the approvals. I do want to note that the project does have 2 other development approvals that are only possible with this zoning. So if the zoning doesn't go into effect, the approvals can't happen either. But I don't think that it sets any sort of precedent. I think we've had other zone map amendments with different effective dates in the past. This is really kind of the only thing that we can tweak when it comes to zoning. But I don't think it affects us in a negative way. But again, we still believe that it is the correct zoning for the property and also don't see any reason to delay.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? All right. We will go ahead and just open it up if there's any other public comment that anyone would like to make. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make public comment, or if there's anybody online that would like to make public comment, please come on down or please raise your hand and you have 3 minutes. Okay, not seeing any public comment either in the audience or online. I'll bring it back to council for discussion or a motion.
Move to approve.
Okay, and with you, we need to determine in terms of with which proposed language as requested by the applicant?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be option 1. Okay, so we have a motion to approve agenda item 8 with the proposed language number 1. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor
Swintek.
and a second by Councillor Montine. All right, all of those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your time. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 9, an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement located on Lot 1, Village Drive subdivision, PL 202-50281. And I believe Councillor West, you had a question?
I do. Let me see if I can phrase this in any kind of reasonable way. I'm bewildered by the timing on this. And if you give me 2 sentences, maybe I'll stop being bewildered.
Yeah, the development plan was approved in 2023, I believe. And at that time, when they approved that development plan, there was a note on those plans that said this easement was to be vacated to make way for this duplex that has been there. So the easement just hasn't been vacated, even though the structure has been constructed. The easement or the utilities that serve this project are not in the portion that's being vacated, so there hasn't been any harm, but we are just taking the legal steps to make that happen the way it was supposed to happen several years ago.
Was this just an oversight of some kind?
I believe it was of the project team and the applicant. I think they had some change in contractors over the time. They have a different consulting team now than they had before, so probably just lost in the shuffle.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for Toby? Okay, I will again open up agenda item 9 for any sort of any public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to make a public comment on agenda item 9, or if there's anybody online that would like to make a public comment on agenda item, please either come on down to the front or raise your hand. Okay, we're not seeing anyone interested in making public comment, so we'll close the public comment portion and we'll bring it back to council for either a discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Okay. Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilor Montine, and I think, was that you, Councilor Swintek? So we have a second by Councilor Swintek. Again, is there any discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right. Okay. All right, let the record show Councilor McKinley is back. Okay. All right. So now we'll move on to agenda item 11, which is a resolution approving revisions to the short-term rental tax fund grant agreement, Yampa Valley Housing Authority, Cottonwoods at Mid Valley. So Brad, are you going to walk us through this?
I'm going to kick us off.
Okay.
We have Jason to help with the presentation. I assume you're going to join the Zoom and do all that usual stuff. Okay. Brad Calvert in the planning department.
Hey, Brad, sorry to interrupt. I don't know what normal decorum is, but we got this rainbow that is very detailed. And I would like us to postpone this so that this can be answered, because I've never really gotten public comment that's this detailed. And I feel like getting answers to this is important. And I don't know how I'm going to get the information I need after we just talked about, do we have the information we need to make decisions to confidently make this decision? And I can't debate it here from a podium.
Well, and I do agree, it came very last minute, but I think that I would like to hear where we are with the application right now, because we're really considering the application before we get through all these details. We will, if I'm not mistaken, have a second reading on this one, Dan?
There would be a second reading on the appropriation.
Okay.
This item is a resolution.
Okay. So I mean, I want to have the conversation. I don't want to just table it right now. I'd like to continue. But yeah, there are some questions in that rainbow item that was put on my desk when I walked in at 4:30. So I think I do concur with you on that.
I would agree. I just would push back that we're not talking about water body setbacks. We're talking about millions of dollars. And these are legitimate questions. It's one of those things that, yeah, we can talk about it, but I would like to get the housing authority's responses before we actually have a conversation and spend time to do that.
Well, and I think that there has been some conversation, from my understanding. And I mean,
That is the problem. If there has been a conversation, I haven't heard about it.
well, that will be discussion tonight. So, I mean,
These,
I believe that we have the option to, if we're not comfortable, certainly we've got the person, right? If you're, my understanding, right, would be you're talking about rainbow agenda.
I mean, there's someone here from the housing authority who can talk about the 30-year mortgage interest rate and the down payment assistance assumptions, like all of these detailed technical things that I do not know what they are.
Mhm.
There is someone here from the housing authority who can speak to every single one of these.
Or it's an option to pose the questions and have it, we can have the conversation tonight and have it discuss and table it till next week to have the answers. So we have a choice as a council. I mean, what I'm hearing Councilor Swintek say, he would like to make a motion to postpone this till next week.
We can get the information we need, because otherwise, in my mind, we're wasting time.
Then point of clarification, make the motion, see if you have a second.
Move to postpone so we can get responses from the housing authority on these items.
Anyone second?
Excuse me. Yep. So we've got a motion on the table by Councilor Swintek. Do we have a second? Okay. So that motion dies for lack of second.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. And again, just so everybody in the audience, there is a rainbow out there agenda item before our agenda. It's a number 11. All right. Brad.
Brad Calvert, planning department. So Jason Peasley is here to give a presentation that's included in your packet. This conversation has been going on for about 15 months, so I will spend a little bit of time so that everybody's kind of recapped as to what has transpired so far. I also, we have 2 agenda items here, this one and obviously the appropriation item as well. I'll try to give some sense of what's in the packet so you have a sense of that. Sort of going all the way back to July of last year, city releases an RFP looking for proposals related to how the development community can step forward and bring affordable housing in the near term. The Housing Authority responded to that RFP with a request for $10 million to support Cottonwoods, particularly the second phase. And the process that was reviewed by the ad hoc committee. In that process, the ad hoc committee sort of posed the question to the Housing Authority: if you did receive a partial award, what would your priority be? And that they indicated at that point in time that if an award of in the sort of $5 million range came through, that they would be looking at converting building 3 from a rental product to an ownership product. So when we began the conversations with council, that was really kind of the proposal that was brought to you all. So over the course of November to January, conversations related to that proposal with essentially council, approving the grant agreement as well as the appropriation ordinance back in January. Fast forward to June, conversation initiated by the Housing Authority to think about essentially reallocating that $5 million from phase 2, building 3, to the current phase that you see coming out of the ground, buildings 1 and 2. Had a conversation with council about that in June, and the gist of that conversation was generally supportive. But council also sort of asked the question, well, what would happen if we brought additional funding to the table in terms of how that might increase affordability and sort of community impact? And so over the summer, the Housing Authority sort of worked through some scenarios, and those are included in your packet as attachment 3. Those scenarios were shared with the Housing Subcommittee to kind of just sort of get a gut check as to how those landed on them. And that's where I want to sort of introduce the sort of ambiguity that sort of finds itself in your packet materials. The next item, the appropriation item, based on that conversation with the Housing Subcommittee, essentially suggests an appropriation of an additional $5 million to the project, $10 million in total. That was just to sort of put a placeholder out there for that particular item. This item and the grant agreement, which you see both a clean version as an exhibit as well as the marked up version, we kept the number at $5 million. Mostly because I didn't want that change to be sort of lost as someone was reviewing that when we have other things related to delivery of funds and other things that are sort of included in the grant agreement. So just know all of this was set up to essentially have a conversation tonight to get additional direction from staff. That is sort of the expectation. There are some scenarios that will be described in the presentation or also in your packet. And to President Gary's point, the conversation tonight can really be adopting the resolution as presented, thinking about what changes you might want to sort of talk about this evening, and or coming back to you all, particularly at your next meeting, with any revisions you might want to see. To the earlier conversation, you have 2 readings of the appropriation ordinance. So if you wanted to come back and adopt or consider a resolution at your next meeting for the grant agreement, that is certainly amongst the options that are available to you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jason to sort of walk through the presentation.
All right, thank you, Brad.
All right. Thank you, Council. Jason Peasley, Executive Director of the Housing Authority. I appreciate the update from Brad because it has been a bit of a journey to get to where we are today. And I'm hopefully can walk you through a little bit of that. So just kind of focusing in a little bit on what we're talking about today. There's a $5 million conversation that we had in June. This is to some degree a potential conclusion of that conversation, but it was brought up at that meeting by a couple council members. What could you do with more? Certainly happy to model that for you, and we have. And so it's kind of a 2-part conversation. Do we stick with the 5, or do we do something above and beyond that? Why we're doing this is to deliver homeownership to folks in our community that have not had the opportunity to access homeownership probably in a decade or more. And the impact is that the city can take their STR money and make an immediate measurable impact on the availability of housing, bringing housing closer to reach for our local workforce. So when we're talking about the local workforce, I want to talk just a tiny bit about the market condition that we're in right now. This is from our housing demand report. We've highlighted a little bit about kind of who is the missing middle. What is that income range? Fundamentally, it's about 40% of our forecasted demand. There's nearly 600 households right now that are in the market for housing in this range that we're serving, this missing middle. And that's anticipated to grow over time. In addition, this is the group of folks who have essentially been completely priced out of the market. They make decent wages here in town, but the ability to attain a home at the current median price in Routt County is a gap of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. So that's the big picture view of the market. We have a lot of people in this cohort, if you will, these middle income folks that are home buyer ready, but the prices are just completely out of touch for them. Diving just a little bit deeper into kind of the moment in time that we are looking at as far as the market is, we've been in touch with over 250 households in our community who've shown interest in buying at the Cottonwoods. And so we have quite a bit of information about who they are, how much income they make, and kind of where that demand is right now. Couple of the bits of information that I think are really important is kind of where do they work? We're talking about our local workforce. We're looking at folks working in healthcare, hospitality, education, and a number of other industries like nonprofits or construction, real estate, property management. And so this is a huge group of our local workforce that we're trying to serve with this property. Here's a breakdown of how each sort of household type fits in all of the different AMI categories. AMI becomes an important tool that we utilize to target our deed-restricted units to various populations. And so this is how the current folks that are communicating with the Housing Authority, this is where they sort of, this is where they fall. And this information is important. You'll see it kind of an analogy to this as we go through the pricing models and how pricing can better match the current understanding of the market that exists today. So a quick just note about the project. This development was started in 2022. A lot has happened since 2022. And probably the most important in that period of time was the adoption of the STR tax and the ability for us as a community to bring a significant amount of local subsidy into a project. Historically, before that, we were able to, as the Housing Authority, cobble together maybe $1 or $2 million of local resources to put into a project, combine that with state funds. Now we have a significantly larger pool of resources to work with. The Cottonwoods at Mid-Valley, I think it's important to remember, this is 86 condo units. They are for sale, deed-restricted product, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. We think that the location is incredible, right next to the Core Trail, equidistant from downtown in the ski area. The views from the property are amazing, particularly looking at the ski area, but also looking at Buff Pass, South Valley, and Emerald Mountain. And what we're working on doing is providing that housing specifically for our local workforce. So the deed restriction provides a couple of benefits to the buyers there. The first is they're not being outcompeted by second homeowners or vacation renter buyers. And the second is that we're going through a lottery process. If you're in the lottery and you get selected for a unit, you are not going to be outbid by an all-cash buyer. And so the access to this housing is unprecedented, not just the pricing. So I want to talk a little bit about the journey that we've gone through because it's taken us a while to get to this point. And we've been working with our partners on a development that originally was intended to be two distinct phases, all built kind of in cadence together. Right now, we're focused primarily on executing phase one. And that's important because the investments that we've made in the property benefit both phase one and phase two, and we'll see that later. But the deal points that we've been working on with our developer partners, and we intend to adopt an updated operating agreement with our developer partners on the 20th, is that our partners will be guaranteeing the total cost of the development and also fixing the base sale price. And that's important for two reasons. One, the cost will be what the cost will be, and that will not have an impact on us locally as far as what we can sell the units for. And so by doing that, we're in a place where every dollar that the city puts in will reduce the sale price of a unit by $1. And so when we're talking about 5 million or 8 million or 10 million, that makes a dramatic difference in the price of an individual unit that one of our local workforce folks can afford. We're also making some concessions as the housing authority to make sure that this is successful. We're giving up our portion of profit. We're giving up our land contribution repayment. And our partners are taking on the risks of cost overruns, of slow absorption, in the potential reduction of their profit. And so all of that is memorialized in a global agreement that's going to our board on the 20th. So talking a little bit about the financials. We had an original budget. There have been, as with many construction projects, increased costs. Some of those are a function of us making decisions to improve the project. Others are a function of costs go up. Others are a function of the fact that by only doing phase one, we still have to put in the infrastructure that serves phase two. We can't put in half of the water line. We can't put in half of the sewer. And so all of that has resulted in a maximum project cost of 57.1. And that's something, it's a deal point with our developer partner that they are guaranteeing. Now, that's broken out into costs that impact phase one, meaning the 86 units, and also phase two. It's important because we're pulling $9 million of cost out of phase one and holding it for phase two because they are legitimate expenses that have benefited phase two. We're not trying to get the people who are purchasing units in phase one to pay for that investment. So the way in which we do that is we have two different loans that will be secured against the phase two land that will bring down the total cost that needs to be paid back by $9 million. In addition to that, we and our developers have made about $7 million in concessions to get us down to the $41.1 million base sale price. Now that matches the maximum sale price that you can charge for these units based on our deed restriction. Deed restriction has a cap that you can sell these units at. Can't go any higher than that. We talked with you guys in June about shifting the $5 million from phase three to phase one. That brings our total sales number down to 36.1 million. What we're proposing today would be to add another $5 million of investment. The opportunity is there to bring that down to 31.1 million. And we'll go through each of those scenarios in a minute. Just finishing off kind of how the whole flow of money continues down. There are commissions and closing costs that need to be paid out of the 41.1 million. There are interest carry costs that need to be paid out of that for our construction loans. There's the repayment of the actual construction loans, payment of developer fees, return of equity, and finally profit. And profit's the thing that will change based on how fast or how slow the project sells, how much interest expense we have, or how, in the case of our developer partner, if there's any additional expenses to develop the property past the $57.1 million. So that's a lot. I want to get to kind of what it all means for you guys, which is pricing. That's ultimately what we're here to talk about is how do we deliver pricing to our community that they can afford? And I want to talk a little bit about the buyers right now. Buyers right now have a fairly difficult buying market, primarily because of interest rates. Now they've come down a tiny bit, but they are still relatively high. That many of us are sitting on 2% and 3% mortgages. They're looking at 6 to 7%. And so that is a completely different amount of buying power than what a 2 or 3% interest rate can afford. And so our tool that we have is to bring prices down to match the environment that they are in currently. So what you see here is the maximum sale price allowed by the deed restriction, units between 100 and 140% AMI. The average AMI in that scenario, that's the base scenario, is 137% AMI. You can see there's a huge group of population below that. That's this blue chart here. Total subsidy per unit is $104,000 per unit. What we talked to you guys about in June was shifting $5 million to this project and bringing prices down. And that makes a significant difference. If you toggle back and forth, you see the unit prices come down in a meaningful way. Therefore, the monthly payments are going down. It's becoming more affordable for the individual end user. At that point, you're at $162,000 in total subsidy per unit. Now, that's not the city's, that's not only the city's investment, that's the housing authority's investment, the state's investment, the philanthropic land donation that we received. That's all wrapped into that number. So lastly, what we're proposing is that the appropriate strike point for this project is a $10 million reduction in sales prices. So what that looks like mechanically per the grant agreement that we've worked on with the city is that at the TCO of each building, $5 million will be delivered to YVHA. We'll use that to pay down the construction loan, and we will be able to sell units at these prices that you see here. So 1 bedrooms from 266 to 380. Those are again from 100% to 140% AMI. 2 bedrooms from 307 to 444. That unit at 444 is on the top floor with about 1,000 square foot balcony looking at the ski area. It is a phenomenal unit. And then our 3 bedrooms from 318 to 464. Those are prices that we believe averaging out at about 111% AMI are what our locals can really get behind. The people that we've been talking to, these are prices that we believe are right in striking distance for them, presenting an opportunity for homeownership that otherwise wouldn't be available. So as far as a recommendation, we're recommending this $10 million investment, which I understand is a very large investment of money into this project. We think it is a phenomenally good use of STR funds for the purpose of taking a project that's currently under construction, that's ready to be delivered the first part of next year, and putting it right in the wheelhouse of our local buyers. And so you can see here, we're looking at discounts to market of 18 to 40% for a 1 bedroom, 35 to 55% for a 2 bedroom, 36 to 56%. That's both like a editorial on how high market is, but also on what it takes to bring housing into reach for our local wage earners. We're looking at prices that in many cases is going to be cheaper than your market rate rents. People are going to be living in a more affordable situation and having the benefits of homeownership at these prices. So our recommendation is for you all to invest $10 million into buying down prices. That investment will go dollar for dollar to bringing down prices. And we think that a partnership with the city and the Housing Authority, utilizing our development that we have already going and your resources, will make a huge impact on our local workforce and provide opportunities that haven't happened for 20 years. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jason. Okay.
Thanks, Jason.
Questions for Jason?
I have questions, but I'll go last since I get to hang out with these folks. The board meetings.
You can always start the dialogue. It's okay. Get the conversation
There
going.
you go.
All right. So first of all, yeah, this was one of my suggestions that we, 5 millions, what could you get for more? And so I really appreciate you go through the process of really looking at the impact of what the short-term rental tax can do to our locals. And as I go through this, the only thing that I had a couple concerns and not concerns, questions on was the Prop 123. So can you speak briefly on what the 123 prop is and what does that mean to us as a city?
That may be I'm going to probably phone a friend on.
That's fine.
To Brad on that particular question.
But that's one of those things that's a motivator for us to understand why would we go ahead and do that just in that sense.
Yeah, thanks for the question. The short version is the city, amongst sort of other jurisdictions in Colorado, made a commitment to essentially increase our affordable housing stock by 42 units over a 3-year period. And what that does is during this 3-year period, we are eligible for essentially Prop 123 related funding sources to help develop affordable housing. What happens under sort of the current guidance at the end of 2026, that's when that 3-year period ends. If we have not met that commitment, that eligibility for those particular funding sources essentially gets suspended for a year. So that's the primary risk that we would run by not hitting that 42 unit target. And 42 units of affordable housing at the pace that we've been delivering in this community doesn't sound all that difficult. But the state has very specific requirements as to how they define those units. So for instance, the Housing Authority has delivered projects that just based on timing would not qualify. So this is one of the opportunities that's in front of us to make good on that commitment. So that's that attachment 3 that lays out those scenarios that sort of indicates a little bit about how each makes progress towards that Prop 123 commitment. The magic numbers on home ownership are 100% AMI, and for rental it's 60% AMI. And just so folks know, that eligibility for those funds, that extends community-wide. That is not just the city's eligibility. That's not just the Housing Authority's eligibility. It's anyone within the geography of the city of Steamboat Springs that view their financing tools and resources as something that would work for their project. They are all eligible to solicit Prop 123 related funds, whether that's equity or debt or land banking funds. There's all sorts of programs funded through that.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Just a quick follow-up. Did you say the 3-year period and I missed it? I've forgotten.
It ends December 31, 2026.
Okay. Okay.
And there's just the unit counts at that 60 and 100% that I mentioned, and you also have to have pulled a building permit within that time period. If you are preserving or extending an affordability period, it's really when that restriction is recorded. So there are some ways to get to it. But right now, we haven't really made a ton of progress towards that commitment.
Did the Gorman project add some of that to that? Is that 11 deed restricted units that we just got from Gorman?
This kind of comes like that's at 80% AMI. So from the state's perspective, it doesn't count. We're about in the next month to start what I would call negotiations about what counts and what doesn't count. So really all I have to go on is sort of base guidance. So far, I think there are ways. I think there's a way to make the case for base camp at 60% AMI, even with just a 3 to 5 year period, could in theory count. Creeks End, as developed by the hospital, could count, but that's going to be some negotiations with the state in terms of what they consider as qualifying towards that commitment.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Jason, speak a little bit on the additional slides that you had after the questions. We're talking change orders and cost overruns of $7.7 million. This is going to be an area topic for our community to discuss how we would continue to support a $10 million investment into the Housing Authority when we're seeing this kind of change orders. How would you address that?
Yeah, there certainly have been some cost overruns that were the result of architectural misses or additional costs that we brought into the project. And whereas tends to be normal in development, this is an abnormal amount of,
I would agree,
of cost increase. And so, yeah, that is not the standard that we have normally met with our developer
And I
projects.
appreciate that, but let's be real. Let's talk about this in a sense of $7.2 million on a project that we're looking at, and we're trying to ask the citizens to use this tax money to subsidize this misfire, or whatever you want to call it. It is a misfire. So we don't want to hide behind the fact that we have a $7.2 million overrun, and you guys need to cover it. If these were going to be rented, okay, let's throw all the for sale off the table and talk a little bit about how much would they then need to be rented at for the developer to have to absorb the entire cost and not have any short-term rental tax. What would that look like to our citizens?
I think fundamentally it would be at market or higher. I guess you can't technically go higher than market. So I mean, like if you were to solve this problem by converting it to a rental project, which I think is what
I'm just saying that's what you guys had originally had the pro forma on building 1 and 2. And the cost of building 1 and 2 and all that with building 1 and 2.
So just buildings 1 and 2 have always been intended to be for sale.
Oh, really?
Yes. But your point is the same.
Yes, it is.
In that if you were to solve this by just pivoting to a different product type, right? Taking these condo units and renting them instead of selling them, you would have all market rate product.
And that's way above 111% AMI.
Way above.
Yeah. All right. So then as I'm sitting here, and if you were sitting here, how would you reconcile this? Think about the perspective that we are having to address as city council.
Yeah.
Going to the Housing Authority, and we're going to give more money to help subsidize, because I'm more concerned about our citizens than I am the Housing Authority at this point. You guys are doing the job for our citizens, and I want to partner with you. Okay? But we have to address this forefront. What do we tell the citizens about the overrun and the management of the Housing Authority with cost overruns and then coming to us for more money? I want to do it.
Yep.
I really support it, but let's try to give an answer to the community now instead of dancing around it.
Sure. So, I mean, the quick way of describing this is because there's been these cost overruns, YVHA and our developer partners have essentially made concessions to try to make up for this to the tune of about $7 million. So the Housing Authority is not receiving payment for its land, which was originally part of that.
That's what I'm talking about.
We are no longer taking any profit, and our partners are taking a significant haircut on their profit to make up for the fact that there were misses, because we own that.
And to clarify, you're not coming to council asking for more money to make up the difference, which is what you were saying. We asked them to come. We asked them to come back to council to look at different scenarios for buying down the prices further. This is like two separate conversations that we're having, right?
Well, you got to realize it's our citizens talking to you and me offline.
It is, but it gets confusing. And the citizens, I've been talking to people in the audience that think that the request tonight is to make up that difference with short-term rental funds. And that's not what we're talking about, but it's an important point to clarify.
Yeah, and that's really why I want to bring it up today, is I think we don't need to be hiding behind any bad press on the fact that we missed this part of the conversation. I think this is a big part of the conversation that we don't need to hide behind. We need to realize I'm in development. I know what things cost in overruns. I know 10, 15% contingencies disappear very fast. But if you don't have a contingency, you're screwed. Okay, and so in this one, this was a very high contingency, but I wanted you to state specifically your strategy. You gave up, you're putting in the cost of the land and the other costs in there, and that helps us. It makes it easier for me to give you $10 million. How's that sound?
Yeah, and I would think, let's just clarify again, one more time, in terms of, because I had circled that on one of these pages, right, is the commissions and the closing and concessions. So
Yep.
you said your land value, the developers reducing.
Developer profit,
Okay.
and YVHA profit.
And I understand money's fungible. I mean, when you do one thing or another, it just all comes together, but I appreciate you making that.
Absolutely. I mean, the easy answer to that is, hey, the costs are what the costs are. We just got to buy it down to where our community's at.
When you say just that, the community doesn't buy it.
Right.
We have to give them more answers.
Totally. And so, we're being as open and transparent with you guys on the costs and pro forma for this development, more so than you've probably ever seen, particularly in the public, on any project. And so we're trying to be as open and transparent as absolutely possible to say, hey guys, we went into this, we thought the budget was going to be here, it moved up to here. Here's the way we're mitigating that. Shifting costs to phase 2 is another tactic, so that we can not pass those costs on to the end user, because they can't afford it.
That's good common sense. I really appreciate that.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
There's this comment in this that talks about keeping your equity of 1.84 million, and it should be allocated to further improve the affordability. I'm not in development. I don't understand this. So could you explain to me, like I'm 5, what this means, please?
Yes. So as a source to the project, YVHA put in $1.84 million of cash. We paid for portions of the development. And the return of equity, so we put in, let's see, here it is, 1.84. Our developers put in 1.46. And we also put in the land, right? That's the equity that went into the project. There's also the grant from the state. The point about us not taking a return of equity is that you could reduce prices by 1.84 million if we didn't take our equity back out of the project, is the point that the gentleman's trying to make. That's in fact true. We are pulling that money out so that we can invest it in the next project.
But you're not doing that. Are you doing that?
Well, I mean, it goes into the Housing Authority's development fund to then be invested in our next project. So each project needs equity.
Yeah.
You can't lend on 100% of the project. And from our standpoint, we want to use community equity first, because we aren't driving a huge rate of return. Developer equity expects a huge rate of return. It is your most expensive source of capital. Your second most expensive source of capital is loans. Community capital, YVHA funds, STR funds, this is not related to the STR request tonight, but is patient capital, is money that can go in, can pay for project expenses, and can sometimes be pulled back out to be reinvested. And that's what we intend to do with our 1.84 million. But it's totally true that if you guys are up here and saying, hey, we're putting in 10 million, YVHA, you put in 1.84. You could ask us to do that. We have the ability to not take that revenue. It has implications downstream for us as an organization, because we are not as well capitalized as, say, the city is. But that's, you could go down that road. That would be a direction you guys would need to give us today. I have a board meeting on the 20th. We can respond to that and come to you guys on the 21st with a request. I'm not saying that we're bartering and making deals right now, but I'm just putting that
That's
out
an
there.
option, right?
But what's
Does
the,
that make, sorry,
no, that does make sense.
okay.
If you did not pull it out, I guess why wouldn't you leave it in and then come back and ask for STR funds as capital for the next project?
It's essentially a wash
Mm-hmm.
at that point. Like, there is no doubt that the next project that we do will need STR funds. Like, the cost to develop in this environment right now is so high that any development that serves our local population needs subsidy. And not just a little subsidy, a lot. And so it's going to take all of our collective resources to do this project and the next project.
Thanks. That makes sense.
Jason, just to follow up on that, I mean, that's the model you use around the equity. I think you said that. So when we think about future projects, you all have to have equity to go in.
Yes.
If we were to say, come back and you all contribute the 1.84, that's to me very short-sighted. We think about long-term projects.
Yeah. I don't know if I need to respond to that. Ultimately, we would like to retain some cash so that we can ourselves make investments in projects that sometimes need, pre-development expenses paid for and those types of things.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, you got $500,000 from us, not in the short term, but in the housing fund to be able to buy the Angles 400 property.
So there was $500,000 from the city and county's fund that went into that project. And there was $1.5 million of YVHA funds that went into that project, all told $2 million. That asset is still sitting on our balance sheet as a loan into that project or capital contribution into that project, depends on which project we're talking about. And we can get that back at some point in the future or convert it into equity. Now that's different because those are rental projects and they have cash flow. This is a much different animal in that it is a for sale product and we have to make the sources and uses match right now.
Additional questions? I may take the opportunity.
I'll let Gail go. Yeah.
Well, I may take the opportunity just to clarify when you talk about profit, right? And because I think there's some confusion, right, in terms of what that means as you from a Yampa Valley Housing Authority. So could you, address that? And maybe a little bit of light in terms of what is the difference between what distinguishes the Yampa Valley Housing Authority?
Yeah.
When we talk about a mission, right?
Yeah. So when we talk about profit, we're not profit taking for the purpose of making distributions to partners or anything like that. We're a subdivision, a political subdivision of the state. And as such, we're essentially a small local government. And so we take that money that comes in and we reinvest it in the next project. We reinvest it in the mission, in paying people to continue to source deals, in making actual capital contributions into new projects. So from that standpoint, that's what, if YVHA were to take a profit from a project or get a return of equity, we're fueling the next phase of development.
Mm-hmm. All right, Dakota.
Did that answer your question?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for being here. It's been interesting to learn alongside you all with this project, pretty technical stuff. I think I'm just comparing what I'm seeing in this presentation with what's in the resolution. And in the resolution, it talks about contributions from 90 to 150% AMI. But in the presentation and what I've heard at the board level, we've really focused on the 100 to 140% AMI. So I just want to make sure that there's, not something different going on in the resolution.
Yeah, I think that's a carry over from the original grant agreement that was for Building 3.
Mm-hmm.
The AMI range for that project was 90 to 150. This is tighter, and it's 100 to 140.
So that might need to be updated in the
Yeah, it sounds like
resolution.
the grant agreement may need a quick update just for that particular component.
Well, and are you looking at the one that's redlined versus the clean one?
Oh, maybe I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, if you look at 11.60.
Yeah,
talked
I'm
about
looking at
9.
Dan thinking like, I'm pretty sure we cleaned that up.
Looking at the red line, I'm looking at, it's the draft revised YVHA Cottonwoods Grant Agreement, page 2, under the maximum, nope, that's the wrong point.
Well, and we can just make sure Brad
Yeah.
can take a look at it and make sure that we're clear.
That was for my other question. Yes.
There is a reference in the recitals,
Oh, it's, yeah, the whereas. Okay.
AMI.
So that was like what Jason said. It was previous,
That referenced the November 12 proposal.
right?
Dan, I think you need to turn
Goes
your,
on to,
Dan, I think you need to turn your mic on.
it's on, I'm not close enough. I've done that 3 times tonight, so I'm finally getting it. That's in the recitals, but it references the earlier proposal. So I don't know if that necessarily needs to change.
I think you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you for that clarification. One thing that I think is important to highlight just for the community's awareness and the city council that was helpful for me is when you look at the presentation and you reference the resolution says that sales shall not exceed 36.1 million. When you look at the presentation, I was seeing that the fixed price that on, let's see, slide 15, the presentation, the fixed price is 41.1 million, right? But then you take into consideration the $5 million STR amendment that we've discussed in the past. That brings it to that 36.1 million that we're referencing in the resolution. Then when we look at an additional 5 million subsidy, brings the total cost down again to 31.1 million. So what I see in all this is, yes, there were some challenges on the developer side with cost overruns. But at the end of the day, what's important for our community is that little by little, we have brought that cost down, even though costs have considerably gone up. So it's pretty remarkable that you all have been able to achieve that, rather than, seeing that fixed point of $41 million go up to a different fixed point. So I just think that that's important to acknowledge. I also think it's important to say that, we're sitting here tonight because of the Prop 123 discussion. And while we're looking at 24 of the 42 unit requirement, I think if we have the ability to look at even more of those units, since there's nothing in the development pipeline that could meet that additional 24 units other than maybe a phase 3 or phase 2, and that's a little bit unknown right now. So yes, 10 million I would support, but I would also consider if council had interest in looking at, I think we had discussed at the board level a $13 million contribution, and that could cover the full 42
Yeah, so
units.
to the housing subcommittee, we provided detail on a total investment of 5, 8, 10, and 13. 13 gets you all the way to the 42 100% AMI units. And so it's actually not our recommendation to go that deep for a couple of reasons. As you're bringing the prices down, when you're simultaneously bringing the maximum income down as well, you're shortening up your market a little bit. And so what I mean by that is you have less people. If you keep it at 140% AMI, but you lower the the price, you now have a very broad swath of our local workforce that's within their like affordable range. And so what we wanted to do is hopefully strike a balance in providing some of the units towards the Prop 123, the 24, but not all the way down, because you do end up shrinking your market a little bit. And it also matters for the individuals on the resale side of things, because they're going to then be looking for somebody at 100% AMI, would not have the ability to sell to somebody at 120% AMI. And so that's a nuanced kind of reasoning, but it's important from our standpoint to make sure that we have the broadest market possible so that we can sell these units now, and that the people living in them can sell them later, so that that benefit can be extended over and over and over again.
Jason, I just want to make a point that when we looked at this $5 million, I believe it, when you average out 1, 2, 3 bedroom, it's about $58,000 of subsidy per unit. And then you layer on the land and the grants, and that's where you get up to that, whatever it was, 100 and something. 62. So for 10 million, it's $116,000 from the city per unit, 116,000. Well, that's with the land and with the grants.
Yeah, that's 220's all in. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all in. So I just want to, when we look at these numbers, we're talking about going from $58,000 to $116,000 on a ownership product. First ownership, well, almost ownership versus rent. And to get people in for $116,000, when I think about it that way, seems to be a pretty good deal, given the discrepancy, the gap for most people to be able to buy today. And, the rental market is one thing, and that's problematic as well. But getting into ownership is even more problematic. And so I just want to, make sure we understand it's $116,000.
Okay, more questions?
I guess just to tag onto that really quick, just to help paint a broader picture for council. At the subcommittee level, we've discussed other potential applications. Some of them are in the ballpark of $6 million for the entire request, and we're funding the whole project. There's no developer fees, nothing like that. They're all asking for pure STR funding for their full project, and it's a 16-unit project. Just to give you a comparison, that this is 86 units at 100 plus subsidy, $100,000 subsidy per unit versus.
A lot more people living in Steamboat and not moving.
Right. Thank you. Okay.
In this comment that we got, there's talk of the 57.1 as stated as total cost to build. This is a source, not a use. And then overstating these. Can you explain what does that mean? Source, not a use, and overstating the costs, like mentioning that costs should be shown net of grants, gifts, and reallocations.
So I saw that just the same time you did. So I honestly don't quite understand some of the comments.
Right.
And some of them I get, but I don't quite understand all of them, to be honest.
And the inputs in the models, is that something to be concerned about? Like, noting here that the notes for targeted 10-year treasury, construction draws are showing a straight line, but they're tied to invoices and expenditures, so they should be uneven. What's the impact of these minor differences?
So there's kind of two different schools of thought there. When you're talking about it from an accounting standpoint, you're looking at, okay, this is what we spent in this month. This is what the interest accrual was in this. Pro forma is to some degree, a forward-looking document, as opposed to an accounting, which is a rear, looking in the rearview mirror, as you know. And so the pro forma is a tool, and it's a tool to forecast what are your expenses going to be, what are the various line items that they're going to be in. And so this document does not go to the detail of saying in October, we spent this much money. It's saying that over the course of the loan life, amortized or, the construction period is 18 months. We're going to use 1/18 of it every month and draw down that. We've actually been drawing a little slower than what was anticipated in that model. And so the interest accrual right now, you see that it stops at October. It's actually going to run probably through January because we've got a little bit more runway with that. Those types of details are important, but they don't change the fact that the structure of the deal is such that your investment is going dollar for dollar to buy down the costs. Those critiques, and they're fine critiques, are sort of immaterial to the point that we're trying to make. That is, all we're doing is buying down from 41.1 sales down to whatever number you guys want to get to.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
All right, additional questions? Okay. We'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
Great, thank you.
Don't go too far. All right, so we will open up this agenda item to public comment. So if there's anybody that would like to make a public comment, please come on down, state your name. And again, we respectfully request that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. And I would also let anyone online that would like to make a comment, I'll please ask you to raise your hand as well, and we'll call on you in order. So again, great, come on down.
I feel obligated. Sorry, Michael McLarney, 2791 Bronxbuster Loop. So some of those detailed comments were my comments, and I think there's an easy solution here because I think there's discrepancies in the model between the presentation. So probably an easy solution is, we talked about the developer is going to guarantee a certain cost. So what happens if it comes in below? Well, that profit we're showing 793,000, maybe it's 1 million, maybe it's 2 million. And you've got discrepancies of up to like 2 million on the construction loan balance. So it's a big deal. It's not immaterial. So I would propose, a few solutions here. And one of them would be what they presented for the developer profit of 790,000 approximately. Just cap it and say, that's what you're going to get. So if you're going to give money, you have the leverage to cap it, to say, that's what you've presented the model, that's what you're beholden to. You can take no more. And if as they're saying, take the risk and costs run up, fine. Just they eat those costs and their profits go lower. So that's my first proposal. Second proposal is, now you have leverage. You guys I don't think you've been as involved in the preference lottery system. So it also suggests that you add a requirement to house certain essential workers. So teachers, childcare, healthcare. I would leave it to you, but I would actually prioritize teachers. And now you have leverage as you're looking at providing additional funds. So that's not in the lottery system, is my understanding. And I think I would ask you if that's correct, but that's my understanding, is it's not part of the preference system type of employment. It's only for local employment. So that's another suggestion. And then, of course, I suggested if you're providing all these funds, 1.8 million from Housing Authority should stay. So effectively, if you give them 5, you're netting less if they don't keep their money. So let them keep the money in the project. And for the next project for Housing Authority, let them come and request SDR funds because we're flush with funds. So that leaves the power in city council or with the city, because these are city funds. You decide what to do with them, not the Housing Authority. That's a multi-jurisdictional authority. So keep the funds with the city and allow discretion where you're going to spend them, if it's Housing Authority or any other project. So those are my key suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
And congrats. It's a big undertaking. It's a lot of units. And so congrats to the Housing Authority and the anonymous donor in the city. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Dave Barnes.
Hi, Dave Barnes, 204 Park Avenue. I agree with Michael's assessment, and I'm going to be much more let's say layman's terms. I think the Yuba Valley Housing Authority has done good work in the past. I think they have good intentions. I think right now they have a huge confidence problem with the community and the taxpayers at large. Having $7 million of overruns, being here, asking for another $5 million from you folks without any kind of really justification of the $7 million. Counting their land contribution as an offset to the $7 million in revenue really doesn't sit well with me. I say we don't know what we don't know. We don't have a tracking budget. We don't know what the actual numbers are. They've been all over the place, up and down for every presentation. As far as what's required, now we're going to offset $9 million of cost to the phase 2 from this budget, and without any real explanation of what that $9 million is contributed to. Underground water line is $9 million. Stormwater, I don't know. You don't know. So it's hard for anybody else to know. They say in the presentation that 86% of the 251 households qualify for these units. Does that mean they need to be brought down, or they qualify now? If they qualify now, then we don't need another $5 million to put in to buy down the prices, right? So you guys, I sat through the budget meeting. You guys worked so hard, and the last couple hours came down to $500,000. And it was back and forth and up and down, and you guys worked really hard to solve that. Some all the way down to what was the mineral spring study, very small things. And here we are just talking about throwing $10 million out. So I urge you to figure out what we don't know and ask for more information before making a decision so that we know that it's going to the right place. I think the taxpayers deserve that. I think the people that own the STRs that collect the taxes, and I think the people that visit the community and pay the STR taxes deserve that answer. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, welcome.
Chris Paoli, 55 Missouri Avenue. Mike is super smart. Dave, usually agree with almost everything that he says, and I don't disagree with him on this one, except for in real estate. I know most of you guys. I do a lot of stuff with developers. Let's just say that it's $20 million that's being subsidized because there's $9 million of imaginary money. It's still $232,000 a unit, which is the lowest subsidied project of any of the projects that have been out there. Like creating housing requires subsidy. That's like the net of all of this. This conversation, we're actually in a lucky situation. I have no idea how this project got to where it is with the developer taking on the contract that they did. But this conversation should have happened before the project started, and they should have gotten you to guarantee a subsidy of $15 million with a $5 million or a $10 million developer fee, and then they should have moved forward with the project. They didn't. I have no idea. So when you talk about a $790,000 developer fee, that's like ridiculous. Like nobody would ever do that deal. So now we have 86 units. I'm not as detailed in my math as Michael, but I do a bunch of projects and I use a magic marker. And at the end of the day, we are under $600 a square foot to build in the math that I'm coming up with, which for a project with below grade parking doesn't seem grossly negligent. Yes, you could say $7 million in overruns, but I'm sure that developer fee in the original pro forma was probably closer to $5 million, and now it's close to $793. So he just ate, $3 to $4 million of it. It's hard to do a project of that scale without some overruns or something that, is a little bit off. So I do not think, in my looking at it, this is not a grossly negligent project. You could debate whether you should have done structured parking or not. I think it got us more units as a community. We now have units, and we need to just take our money and buy them down. I mean, we talk about AMIs and all this other nonsense. We got to get that number. I mean, I would throw $10 or $15 million at it. This is me as a citizen. And the key to that is the housing authority is the right partner or whoever the partner is that throws a 2% appreciation cap on it. It's not great for the owner from an appreciation standpoint. They don't like benefit from real estate ownership. But as a community, we fix assets forever at a capped appreciation. And then 35 years from now, we're going to look like geniuses because those units should have been $1.5 million and now they're going to only be 500,000. That's where the real benefit is down the road to us as a community with the for sale product. So I say, and I'm 100% behind, throw as much money as you possibly can at bringing the pricing down today because we'll get the reward down the line. That's it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Crazy cat lady. Crazy cat.
Hey, guys, I think it's a no-brainer when Chris Pioli and I agree on something.
Right? I mean, come on.
Yeah, so my name is Catherine Carson. I'm on various Minnesota boards, but I'm here tonight speaking specifically on behalf of myself, my blind cat, and my newly acquired dog, which I don't know why anyone owns a dog, but no offense to big dogs. But nonetheless, I want to talk about a couple of things. First of all, I want to reference previous city council member Scott Ford, one of my neighbors, talk about community. When I talk about community, I look at a couple of things. First of all, I applaud your focusing on fiscal responsibility. Number one, Chris said it. The Housing Authority is asking you to subsidize $116,000 per unit for sale units. You are not going to find a better return on investment anywhere at any mountain community, any community in the state, in the country to subsidize affordable housing. It is it is an incredible return on investment. Second, as Chris said, the development partner is having a very low development fee. I'm not a developer. I've spoken to other developers, local developers in the community, and asked them about this project. And like Chris said, this is an incredibly low profit for the developer. But most importantly, what I want to talk to you guys about tonight is hope. And that's our community hope. That is the fact that there are 86 families that are going to have a hope of owning a home. I own a home. I think most of you guys do. It gives you opportunity for security, for equity growth, security growth. Even 2% is something builds into something you can pass on to your family. It gives you mobility, because as Chris said, you'll be paying less someplace, or Jason said, even less rent. You'll be able to save money, have mobility to move up. And I appreciate what Mr. McClarney said about essential workers, but let's look at essential workers. People at Safeway who ensure we have food are essential. People who work at Lift Up, people who are behavioral health therapists. Essential worker is a broad term. This is an opportunity for our community to have equitable opportunity at home ownership. And for those of us who have that, we sometimes forget and don't appreciate how much that is. This is a great investment opportunity for the city. It is hope for our community. Please support it, and thank you for partnering and making a huge success for our community and to utilize a short-term rental tax. Thanks, guys.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to make a public comment? And I will mention that we did get a number of emails as well in support of this project.
David Box, 1232 Urban Way. When the STR tax was created, it was created for the purpose of affordable housing. This is the purpose to use it. This is the reason to use it. I agree with the former two speakers. Let's put it to use. I would encourage you to ask questions after public comment if available, to get more detail in plain speak of the cost overruns and then what the Yampa Valley Housing Authority and others have given up. So it's fully understood what's happened so we can match those two together. These are items the public's going to have a big concern about. Let's get it in plain speak so we can answer it, but let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other public comment in the audience or online?
Got one.
Oh, we got one.
Yep.
Lauren, would you like to go ahead? We see that you'd like to make a public comment. You can unmute.
Yes. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, excellent. So hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Hughes. I live at 1420 Pine Grove Road. I want to add my voice to this discussion. I currently live in YVHA housing, and I am truly so thankful for it. Living at Alpenglow Village has allowed me to stay here in town for 6 years. It's allowed me to find a wonderful job working for a nonprofit here and just continue to contribute to my community that I care so deeply about. Being able to purchase at the Cottonwoods would be another step for me in my own growth within this community. And it would in turn open up my current affordable apartment to another person like me who needs it as a stepping stone. I urge the council to consider using these short-term rental taxes to buy down these units for people like me in our community, so we can all stay here, we can contribute, we can have families, and just continue pouring care into this beautiful town we are so lucky to call home. Thank you so much for letting me comment. That's it.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren. Okay. Again, would anyone else in the audience like to make a public comment? Okay. And we're not seeing anybody else online, so we'll go ahead and close the public comment period and bring it back to council for discussion.
I think there were a couple of questions of public commenters, if we're allowed, if we can try
Sure.
to answer those. So, Mr. Peasley, if you could, again, go over the cost overruns and the concessions that the Housing Authority and the developer have made to write those.
Yeah. So, is that on? All right. The cost overruns, 7.7 in total, are a function of some misses from the architect.
And you do have a slide of this, correct?
We do. Yeah. Do you want me to bring that up?
If you want to, that would probably be helpful for visual learners.
Yeah. Give me a second because I closed my computer down. It should probably kick me off the Zoom.
Well, maybe while you're getting that going, you can speak to the lengthy discussion the board had on prioritizing essential workers in the lottery system, how that complicates the whole process, and maybe some of the conversation the board had about that.
Yeah, sure. The conversation that we had at the board level regarding giving a preference to any particular group of employee, and we had listened to a lot of different groups, all of which believed they should be the one with priority, was similar to what Ms. Catherine Carson mentioned, which was the fact that where do you draw the line? Where do you say that a teacher is more deserving than a firefighter, is more deserving than a police officer, is more deserving than a nurse, is more deserving than a Safeway worker, or something along those lines? Going down that discussion, we got to the point where we said, this is a really essentially a no-win situation. And so what we ended up doing, and because we had been kind of hearing from the community, they also said it's how long you've worked here that matters too. And so what we've done in our lottery implementation plan is if you qualify for the deed restriction, and that's the folks that you saw in our presentation that qualify, they've qualified for the deed restriction. Doesn't mean they've qualified for a mortgage. If you qualify for the deed restriction, you get one ticket in the lottery. If you've worked for a Routt County employer for 5 or more years, you get a second. If you have a household of 4 or more, you get a third, or you can have 2. So that's the way in which we organized our preferences.
Thank you for that. Is it okay to keep going down the questions I heard? Okay. And you let me know when you're ready. Well, it'll come up on the screen. We can go back to that other point.
Yep.
If you don't mind multitasking. So can you speak to the $9 million that's dedicated to phase 2? And, you mentioned undergrounding the sewer and things like that, but just to kind of outline in more detail what that is contributed to.
Yeah, so the list is fairly extensive, but it's design, entitlements, entitlements meaning the approval through the city's process. It is design of the buildings, design of the engineering. It's grading, storm sewer, water, sanitary sewer. all of that and a portion of the Mid-Valley Drive that we're building. So it's not, that doesn't just simply benefit phase one, it benefits phase two as well. So adding all of that up, it's about $9 million. And so the way in which we essentially solved for the problem of having to spend nearly $9 million of money on phase two beneficial projects in phase one is we defer those costs to the next phase. And so phase two is going to have to pay for that because we've actually added value to that piece of property by putting in the water and the sewer and doing the grading, filling in the wetlands, putting in retaining walls. All of those things are...
They've improved the property.
They've improved it, yeah. They're legitimate expenses that we had to pay now that benefit that property.
Great, thank you.
Pay it.
How do we pay it?
The developer paying that up front with anticipation of them getting building 3?
No. So we have taken loans out, collateralized against the phase two land.
Okay.
To pay for that.
Thank you.
So phase
Got
two,
some liability that you guys have incurred on there, but I appreciate that. And I really think this is a good, pulling that out from the first two projects that would get the cost down and helps bring the cost down in that.
All right, getting to the cost overruns. So there are some costs that have just simply gone up, as we mentioned. Unit finishes, corridors, elevators, some of those are a function of us upgrading the quality of the product. And some of that is a function of architectural misses. On the exterior side of the property, we've increased the cost to add EV stations. It's also been offset by a small grant. You know, the paving, soils, foundation excavation, all of that is some items that are more expensive than were anticipated. Some of those you could consider to be misses by the contractor. And so we're trying to fix that. And then on the soft cost side of things, one of the biggest misses was that we went into this project and our developer partners, this was a mistake on their end. They assumed that this project was going to be exempt from the city's building permit and excise tax, which they're not, which it is not. And there's a potential, that's about 1.8 million, significant number. Oh, I got kicked off your Wi-Fi, hold on. So if you want a more detailed accounting of what those are, we'd be happy to share that for you guys in a week. We can easily do that if that's what you guys are looking for. This is obviously a big roll up of those numbers, like 5.1 million. It's a lot of money.
right. There's a lot that goes into it. I think, you know, I'd love to hear from council, but it's really seems like the community that we're talking about here. And specifically the development community that has their eyes on this and are running on platforms on these types of things. So just trying to build trust, transparency. If you can provide that as a public document, that would probably be helpful.
Sure. We can do a full accounting of that. We could do a full accounting of the phase two costs. Like we can provide more information. I just need you guys to let me know what it is that we need to do.
And Jason, this is the thing, you know, the story of $1.8 million from the city use tax that you guys didn't allocate. We totally get that, but that's the story that needs to be told. And that's what I think what a lot of us want to know is that we know that there's some naysayers on this project and the trust of the housing authority. These are the kind of transparencies that if it's our job to pull it out of you, because these are what we're hearing from our citizens, then this is that partnership. And I love the fact that you're willing to just give that and put that in writing and say, hey, here it is, transparent all together. But a lot of times you don't know what to give. And that's kind of our job. This is what we think we need to give because we're representing our citizens. Not that you're not, but we're the ones spending $10 million.
I have another thought about the community and what they might be concerned about. How would you answer the question if you say, well, we've allocated or reallocated $9 million to phase two? So when you come in here for funding for phase two, how are we assured that we're not funding a $9 million loan?
So you likely will be.
I was going to say.
Those are real costs that if phase 2 was a standalone project, they would have to incur. And that would be part of the development budget for phase 2. And so there's no world where phase 2 exists without some significant amount of subsidy. And so when we come back in, you will see that $9 million as an obligation of phase 2.
And I think we have to be real about that.
Yeah.
Liability.
The flip side of that is there's $9 million of work that doesn't need to be done on phase 2.
And the costs will have gone up in that period.
Conceivably. And so I'm not trying to tell you that this is a smoking deal because we did it a year or two before. But what I am trying to say is that it's a legitimate cost of developing out that piece of real estate. And so it is, in fact, a real cost of the phase 2 project. So when we come back, you will see those costs again.
I guess if you don't mind following me, so that gives credence to the point of can we cap the developer's profit, right? If we are going to if they do earn more than 800,000, we then have allocated taxpayer funds because they didn't properly budget for the building and use tax or whatever. And they were able to collect more than 800,000. Okay, do you see that logic there?
I do see that logic. The reason why we want to shift risk to our developer partners is because they have a tolerance for risk, but they also have an appetite for reward. And so when you shift all the risk to somebody and then cap their upside, they're not likely to probably take that. I can't obviously speak for our developer partners, whether they would say, yeah, we'll take it or not. But the point being is that if they are able to save money on the project moving forward, that could boost their profit. And we would want to incentivize that. If we sell the project faster, right now we're anticipating a 6-month sales period. That's 4 closings a week. So a closing a day and you get Friday off. And if we were able to do it faster than that, there would be some savings in interest. And that could be a benefit to the developer. But the same thing is true on the flip side, is that we're asking them to take the downside risk. If we take 10 months to sell all these units, that's more interest carry and reduces their profit. If costs continue to go up, they've guaranteed that price, so now their profit continues to go down. At some point, there is a legitimate risk that if there's no profit in the deal, why would somebody continue to work?
Amen.
Why would we ask you to do something different with your contract with the developer than anyone else does?
It's a fair question. I'm not saying that it's not worth asking, but I'm just trying to explain the other side of that. Is the people that would be responding to that would say, I'm taking on an enormous amount of risk. There's personal guarantees on the construction loans, all of that for a profit that has no ability to move up. That would, I would think, be a problem for them.
You won't get them to come back, put it that way.
Don't know if they will anyway.
All right, additional questions? Maybe just speak again to the deed restrictions, right? And just the question, the comment there, and I think thinking about it from as a person who's paying rent, right? It's more than just the 2%.
Yeah. So this is probably review for a lot of people, but as you're paying down your loan, you're making principal payments. And so that's reducing the amount that you owe on the unit, growing your equity. In addition to that, there is an appreciation cap on the unit, the floor of which is 2%, the ceiling of which is half of the AMI increase. That's a fairly complicated
Yeah.
bit of math there. But in an environment where AMI continues to go up by a lot, and it has the last 6 or so years, a lot. We're taking half of that in appreciation. So your buyer pool has more resources, and the owner is allowed to take a little bit more appreciation. So you could, if AMI goes up by 6%, the appreciation is 3%. And so there's always a tension between appreciation and wealth building in deed restricted properties, and there's no perfect solution to it.
Right.
We think this is a good one given our current environment, but we look back 20 years ago at the deed restrictions that were put in place then, and we learn lessons from them. And I bet people will learn lessons from what we're doing today.
There's not many people I've talked to that were in a deed restriction that loved the fact that they had housing security. They would rather have housing security at 1%, that their house won't be sold out from under them or they're kicked out of Alpenglow.
Yeah.
Because when they start making more money, they're going to be kicked out of your projects because they're making too much money, which can happen in this town. And when someone starts to make too much money, Anglers 400 may have to get rid of some of their people because they're making too much. They've got out of the AMI. This is one of those options that our community will now be able to stay into the project they bought at a 2% or more rate. And you know what? They're tickled pink. And that's what I've heard from people. I have not heard anybody negative about the 2% on deed restrictions. Who I hear it from is the people that are making 20% on their properties, and that's disingenuous.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be an amazing opportunity for people to stabilize their housing situations, to create mobility, as we heard from in public comment, to move from Alpenglow and move into the Cottonwoods. Phenomenal story. That's what we want to see, mobility. And it's going to create an opportunity for 86 households to plant roots.
Okay.
All right. Further questions? Further discussion? Okay. I'll entertain a motion then.
All right. Well,
And do you want to help us through it, Brad?
motion that yeah.
I think there's an important sort of topic that I mentioned quickly in my sort of intro. As written, this grant agreement talks about an award amount of $5 million because that's what was discussed in June, that essentially a reallocation from the appropriation in January. You have scenarios that have been laid out in your packet in attachment 3. The appropriation ordinance is written, your next item is written as a $5 million additional appropriation. Obviously, what you saw in the slides up on the screen, essentially the Housing Authority, really in consultation with the Housing Subcommittee, kind of felt like 10 million total in terms of the reallocation of 5 million plus an additional 5 million was sort of the sweet spot to deliver affordability, but also lower AMIs for the purposes of making significant progress on the Prop 123 commitment. So you have a grant agreement is written that if $10 million total appropriation is what you're aiming for, that's the one thing I think you would want to note in your conversation. Everything else should be fine, but you all should take a look at that. Yeah.
So move to approve with an award of 10 million in STR tax fund revenues.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Councilor Swintek. We have a second by Councilor Bacino.
And before we call the vote, I would just like, I have to make this comment.
Yes, absolutely.
Since I haven't. So I think it's really important for council to understand, we talk, and probably for others listening in, coming from nonprofit work, while Housing Authority is not a 501c3, they are a mission-based organization, to say that organization should not have a profit is completely inaccurate. Every single organization, whether it's a nonprofit, should have a positive net income. Maybe we say it that way. Maybe we don't say profit. Every single organization should have a positive net income. Even true nonprofits, 501c3s. That's how you keep your mission going. So I want I want to make sure we're all real clear on that we don't have conversations around whether they should have a profit or not. The amount maybe we could talk about. And the last comment is that we have been talking about, we've already approved 5 million. And thank you, Councilor Mateen, for really highlighting, which Jason did as well, the dollar for dollar. That's what we're talking about tonight. And so we kind of circled it, but that's really what it comes down to. So I just had to say those.
All right. Thanks for putting a fine point on that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? Again, I think this is a great opportunity for members of our community. So thank you. Okay. I'll call the question then. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition? Okay. That passes 7-0.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you. So we'll move on to agenda item 12, which is an ordinance approving the short-term rental tax funds for Cottonwoods at Mid Valley 2025 supplemental budget appropriation.
Kim Weber, Finance Director. This is a $5 million supplemental out of the STR fund to fund the agreement you just approved.
Okay. Are there any questions for Kim?
So this is on top of the other 5.
Correct. Yes. The first one was approved in January of 2025. And so it has been budgeted. And this is another 5 million to bring the total to 10 million.
Thank you for the clarification. No
Okay.
further questions.
All right. No questions for Kim? Okay, we'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make a public comment? Or is there anyone online that would like to make a public comment? If so, please come on down. Or if you're online, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in the audience coming down, nor am I seeing anybody online. So we'll bring it back to council for a discussion or a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilor Mateen. We've got a second by Councilor McGinley. Again, any discussion on agenda item 12? Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay. All right.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Have a good evening. We're moving on to agenda item 13, which is an ordinance vacating a portion of a utility easement and a portion of a snow storage and removal easement located on Lot 23 Copper Ridge Business Park, filing number 4 PL 202501555.
Pull this.
That was already approved because it wasn't.
Oh, did I?
We already agreed.
We already approved it. Thank you.
For Parks
Okay,
and Rec.
good. Okay, thank you very much for keeping me straight. That's not a public hearing. Okay, so we will move on to our Parks and Recreation Commission report. Did everybody get a chance to take a look at it? Any questions?
I did know, I just want to make a comment that I'm glad that we're bringing up the glyphosate use in the parks, and just it's on the forefront of our community's comments, and we're bringing it up to our commission, and their voice is being heard.
Okay. All right.
Glyphosate.
It's a test. Okay. Does our city attorney have a report?
I do not.
Okay. All right. Then we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is old business. We have minutes from our regular meeting, August 12th, 2025, our work session, August 12th, 2025, our regular meeting, August 19, 2025, our regular meeting, September 2nd, 2025, and our regular meeting, September 9th, 2025. Does anybody have any edits, comments? Okay, I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilor West and a second by Councilor Mateen. Again, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, that takes us to our last agenda item, which is adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councilor Mateen. Do we have a second?
Second.
Let's say, we have a second by Councilor Bacino. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?